top tier trading team. Now, come on, y'all. Come on, girl. Oh, come on down. Don't you be too late. We'll show you how to work that market gate. Got one strategy, sit you right down. Tune up your plan, turn your game around. Person on mentorship, talking real plain, so you can ride that chart like a fast freight train. Everybody with the top 10 trading team. You're the trader. Come learn clean, come learn keen. You're the trader. We got your back when the bell go ring. Sign on up, let your profits sing. Everybody with the top 10 trading team. You're the trader. Every single week we got a study hall crew. Q&A, cooking, breaking patterns for you. Screens up big, we be sharing that view. Guiding through the trades till the move run through. Phones start buzzing when I set up call. Real-time alerts, we don't miss that ball. Everybody with the top 10 trading team. You're the trader. Come learn clean, come learn keen. You're the trader. We got your back when the bell go ring. Sign on up, let your profits sing. Everybody with the top 10 trading team. You're the trader. Got a private little room where the traders all chat. Talking through the winds, learn from the flat. You ain't trading all alone in the dark like that. You got a family of pros saying you can do that. Oh yeah. Oh, everybody with the top 10 trading team. You're the trader. Come learn clean, come learn keen. You're the trader. We got your back when the bell go ring. Sign on up, let your profits sing. Everybody with the top 10 trading team. You're the trader. 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 Well, top tier trading team now.
All right, guys, good morning. Let me go ahead and make sure we got everything up and running here. Don't want to get started and then realize the AV isn't working again. So great job here. Good job getting here this morning, guys. Give me half a second. I'm going to get everything set up here and we'll be on our way. Welcome to the pre-morning prep today. We got an interesting Friday lined up, that's for sure. Today, if y'all don't know, is quad witching. And for those of you that don't understand what that is, it's simply when all the different types of contracts that there are out there come to an expiration. And that's everything from regular stocks, regular options to futures options. Everything like that is happening. So today we're going to expect a fair amount of volatility in the market. It tends to be that kind of thing happens on these days. So we want to be ultra careful and aware of that. Excuse me 1 second, folks. I got to finish one thing here and we'll be set to go here. Got a half a second and we will be on our way. Oh, goodness gracious. Sorry, guys. Take me 1 second. Having a slight technical challenge, but it'll take me about 10 more seconds to fix it, I think. Okay, let's see. All right. Almost there, guys. Sorry. Okay, we're on our way. Sorry about that, folks. So let's go ahead and see what we've got available here. Moving forward. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. Goodness gracious. One last thing. My sound check is a little bit off, so I'm going to fix that right now. Okay, to the charts. Sorry about that, guys. Slight delay here getting started. So we're at 8:10 a.m. Central. We've only got about 20 minutes till the market does open. So let's go ahead and take a gander at what is going on. First and foremost, let's take a look at oil futures. All right, so oil futures have pulled back a little bit here for us. You know, we'd been hovering around 95 for some time. We had gapped up a couple times, well over that 97 into the 98, 97, 98 range. A couple times we did pop into that 99 to 101 range. Now, those were very frequent trips into those zones, infrequent and very short-lived trips into those levels and zones. So, you know, thankfully, these prices are coming down, which in turn clearly gives us an opportunity, right, with the overall market to be able to have a little bit of wiggle room, ever so slightly. Because again, a lot of things haven't changed, right? But they're maybe changing a little bit in the Middle East in terms of everything associated with everything going on out there, Strait of Hormuz, so on and so forth. But that being said, as things kind of settle out, like Iran made the statement that they were not going to try to do anything more to be destructive to like any ships passing by the strait, unless it's potentially American or Iranian flag bearing. So that's a good sign that, you know, there'll be some flow of some oil and natural gas that'll come through there. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to go up just because gas prices are coming down, right? There's still lots of other global issues going on, everything from the private credit issue, the overall jobs market. You know, we got really bad non-farm payrolls. You know, a lot of issues just in general, interest rates, just the whole shebang. So because of that, we're not getting the big gap, any type of a gap up as we're moving down here on oil in the overall market. In fact, we're down to, let me see, 655.83 basically. So we're down about $4 here on the market. You know, that's just over 1/3%. Nothing huge, but nothing, you know, it's just notable, nothing to write home about. But that being said, we're going to continue with the bearish sentiment until we have a reason to feel otherwise. I'm going to feel that this is going to be constantly resistant. I feel like we're going to have constant resistance to getting up into these zones again until we get some of that more definite good news, or we just get a technical bounce, which may happen nearing the 650 that we're getting down here to.
Hey guys.
Have a great day at school, huh?
Good luck, y'all.
So that's what we're looking for. And then, you know, maybe we actually get down to this 652 here, or 650, you know, maybe 652. It's only a couple dollars away. We're a stone's throw away from there. But then maybe after that, we get a little bit of a bounce at that 650 level. And then we'll see where we kind of go from there. So let's take a look at our individual stocks along the way. So Amazon, we're looking for a short off of 212, and we will buy puts shorting into that weakness through 208.80, and then we'll start taking profits, especially if we get our positions, the bulk of our positions near our stop. We'll start taking profit off at 208, but then just every delta on the way down, every dollar, 208, 7, 206, 205. All right, so that's the trade we're looking at here for Amazon, is a short off of 212 test of support, of resistance, where our stop is, and we'll go from there. Ford, we are looking to short as well. So you can see our short zones right here. We're looking at a stop of about 1186. Our buy zone's right here, so we want to test our stop at 1186. Upon confirmation of that resistance, we will buy puts into that weakness, shorting through 1175, taking profit at 1150, 1125, possibly might at 1135. There's a possible little bounce here, so we might end up taking a profit at this zone at 1135. Otherwise, if we're still dropping with strength, I'll go ahead and wait till 1125, and then of course the last is 11 down there. Okay, and that'll be, guys, just so we're clear, for the time being, this will be the last time I buy $12 leap calls with Ford until we get a confirmed bottom. I will continue to short on the way down if there's a need to, but if we get beyond this $11 support line, I will stop buying the $12 leaps temporarily, just until we get a real flooring, and then we'll kind of reconsider our position at that point and see what's best to do at that time as well. Okay, so let's go to Netflix. Now, Netflix, we're looking for a short here today. I'd like to see our stop tested at 93.50. Upon confirmation, our stop is resistance. We will buy puts shorting into that weakness through 92.23. And if we buy as high as 93.50 for our the bulk of our position, I will be taking profit off as early as 91.75 to 92, somewhere in this zone. And then every dollar, 91, 90, 89, and so forth. And I do believe we'll get likely some bounce attempt or attempt to kind of get a flat bounce here, or a flattening out. So I'm not going to expect much more than this 89 in terms of profit targets. Okay. All right, Palantir, we've got a long. So what we'd like is a pull back, a drawdown into 154. Once we provide confirmation that that is going to be support, well, then we're simply going to buy into that strength through 155.08. And then we're going to start taking profits at 156, 157, every dollar, or every 50 cents or a dollar. We're going to see the strength, because again, we're in a very headline risky environment, right? So on my profit targets, but I'm okay taking small chunks off at 50 cents. You know, every half delta is perfectly fine as well, if that's something you're looking for. And then last but not least, guys, is simply Mara. Mara, you know, coincides with this 70K. So long as we're above 70K, we will stay above this 88.50 and then this 875. And then we'll just see where we kind of are from there. But if Bitcoin holds on a pullback, if we hold 70 and we look to move up, well, we can see that same action to be expected out of Mara. And maybe we get up here where we can short near approaching 10. We'll short up there. All right, so that's everything we're looking at here today, guys. If you have any questions about these trades, about any other setups, feel free to, if you're not a member, you know, leave that in the chat, in the group chat. As a member, you can feel free to send me those messages directly. Certainly we'll get to them all as soon as possible. All right, so we've got about 10 minutes to the market opens, guys. Let's be on our P's and Q's here this morning.
Early in the morning, charts glow blue on the screen. Coffee and a complaint, we move like a quiet dream. Top tier trading team, got a map for the climb. Whisper little price lines, then we step in right on time. Top tier trading team, we move together. Mentorship guiding every step we take. Strategy sessions make the clouds look lighter. We turn those questions into clean, clear plays. Weekly group study halls, we learn and lead. Trading side by side, chasing steady green. Top tier trading team, in rhythm and rhyme, screen share love, walking you through in real time. Oh yeah. Little bell ringing, but we already know the tune. Trading mods watching, like the sun follows the moon. QA sessions talking through the fear and the doubt. Private trader group chat, where we lay the puzzle out. Real-time phone trade alert, soft buzz and the picture's clear. Come on, take a look right here. You ain't gotta walk that risk alone. Zoomed in candles, zoomed out view. We break it down, then guide you through. Top tier family, bring it all back home. Hey, top tier trading team, we move together. Mentorship guiding every step we take. Strategy sessions make the clouds look lighter. We turn those questions into clean, clear plays. Weekly group study halls, we learn and lean. Trading side by side, chasing steady green. Top tier trading team, in rhythm and rhyme, screen share love, walking you through in real time. Oh yeah, yeah. Early in the morning, charts glow blue on the screen. Coffee and a complaint, we move like a quiet dream. Top tier trading team, got a map for the climb. Whisper little price lines, then we step in right on time. Top tier trading team, we move together. Mentorship guiding every step we take. Strategy sessions make the clouds look lighter. We turn those questions into clean, clear plays. Weekly group study halls, we learn and lean. Trading side by side, chasing steady green. Top tier trading team, in rhythm and rhyme, screen share love, walking you through in real time. Oh yeah. Little bell ringing, but we already know the tune. Trading mods watching, like the sun follows the moon. QA sessions talking through the fear and the doubt. Private trader group chat, where we lay the puzzle out. Real-time phone trade alert, soft buzz and the picture's clear. Come on, take a look right here. You ain't gotta walk that risk alone. Zoomed in candles, zoomed out view. We break it down, then guide you through. Top tier family, bring it all back home. Hey, top tier trading team, we move together. Mentorship guiding every step we take. Strategy side by side, chasing steady green, top tier trading team. In rhythm and rhyme, screen share love, walking you through in real time. Oh yeah, yeah.
All right, guys, the market is open in about 30 seconds, so get ready for the volatility to kick in here for the morning, and we'll see where we end up going here first thing on some of these trades. The first thing we'll focus on is, let's see, oil or gas futures are kind of popping a little bit into the open here. So let's see where we are, where we end up opening. more seconds. All right, guys, we are open. Ding, ding, ding. Let's pay attention, see where we're at. All right, so the market is opening right down near that pre-market low. Got to like 555 and some change. We're at 556.30 to open up here this morning. Let's see where we are with Ford. Right about where it closed. So really no change there. Let's see where we are with Amazon. Ooh, Amazon got a drawdown to begin the day. So we were looking to short Amazon. Still are. We might get a move on up in the market here. I do anticipate, however weak or non-permanent it may be, a little bit of a bounce attempt here as we get towards this low 650s. Hence why I have this thick yellow line here to kind of signify I think that we're going to get likely a little attempt here. Now that bounce I don't think takes us much higher than maybe 660, 661. If we get a super boost strength, maybe we get double that. Maybe we get up to 670, 671. I don't see much more than that, and I don't see it lasting either. So if we do get a bounce, I would consider it a dead cat bounce to begin with. At most, we're setting the first left side of the reversal, potential long-term bearish reversal or bullish reversal pattern, but we're not near that. We're at the very, step one of possibly completing that if there's 3 to 5 steps to getting there. So we'll keep an eye on everything and how it acts from there. So let's get a look at Netflix. Netflix, just nothing yet. We're looking for an entry. We want a little gap up into this support, in which case we will short it down right into that resistance. Wow, look at that. So we're getting tested right off the bat, our stop here on Palantir. So guys, wow, that's a big move down, guys. That's down all the way down to 153. So yeah, it may be this setup is done, folks. We may not get a chance. I mean, that's such a big move to begin with to the downside that the recovery here is a little less likely than the recovery on some of our other setups. So, that's how it is. Not every setup works out. We stay out of the ones we shouldn't. We get into the ones we shouldn't. Simple as that. So not looking like we're going to get much on Palantir here today. Certainly we'll keep an eye on it just in case something changes. Otherwise, we're just keeping our eyes peeled and watching for now here. Okay. Let's see what the market does. Oil futures moving up just ever so slightly, which would explain the move down on the SPY. I'd like us to just get up into this buy zone for our short for Ford here. So we're going to be patient with all these setups, right? Wow. Now, if you were quick enough, yeah, you could. Good luck. You had like not even a millisecond to get into this. But, likely, possibly we'll get a bounce back up into that area. If we get a bounce in the market into the low 650s, which I'm anticipating, then a lot of these setups will potentially make their way to us by the end of the day. For instance, if we move up in the SPY, well, we may move up into these areas here for Ford, in which case we would short it down. Amazon, same deal. We might get a gap up into these zones, in which case we'll short it down to, if this ends up being the low, the initial low of the day, we'll just ride it right back down to that initial low, which is where we were looking to get out anyway. So how ironic is that the move went down right away? We didn't get the chance to get in, but it's flooring right at where we anticipated some support. So we would have, if we got action that took us up here first, profit, at least two as a minimum, potentially 3 or 4 profit targets if we had popped up in here first and bought before the move down. But we were right on our levels and the analysis here, so notable. Ford's already pulling back. Let's see what the market's doing. Yep, they're pulling back too. Netflix just not giving us the entry yet. We're waiting. We are waiting. See if we get up into this zone here. Okay, wow, Palantir. Let's see what happens here. I'll tell you what, this setup is seemingly possibly correct here for Palantir. I mean, this is still all possibility if these get regained, but it may be, you may be able to take, if we see a double bottom here, okay, let's say we get to this VWAP trade line test, and then we get down here and we create a double bottom here. And if we create a double bottom where the second bottom is a little ever so slightly higher than the bottom here, that might not be a bad time to take a quick scalp day trade just back up into these areas. And we were anticipating to go long here. So if we actually get strong enough to recover this zone, then it's possible that this trade may set up for us. We may have a double trade here today. We're going to really see how this forms out. It's going to be dependent on the SPY. But if for some, let's say hypothetically, okay, hypotheticals, these are all what-if statements, nothing is financial advice here. We get a leg, we get a test, set our pivot, and we get a second leg, which is a higher high or a higher low, and we see that strength. Well, there's nothing wrong with potentially buying into that strength through here, through what will be likely VWAP, and then taking profit up in this zone. And then you might get this continuation. If the market turns around, that's very much a possibility. The market floors and gaps up, that's possible. That's absolutely something that you can look to. Mara coming down makes me believe, without looking at Bitcoin yet, that Bitcoin's pulling back. There we go. So long as we hold above this 69 to 70K, that's the trend line, that it has to hold to remain bullish, then we're good here on this too. And we'll hold this right here, this 9 1/4, zone probably. Or 9 3/4, I'm sorry. All right, guys, any questions about any of these trades? If you're a non-member, you go ahead and leave that in any of our public chats. Any members, feel free to leave me a direct message or a text with your questions. Non-members, come join us here at toptiertradingteam.com. We offer one-to-one personalized strategy and mentorship sessions, so you're not just left alone to watch videos and figure out context and application on your own. We're going to step-by-step guide you through understanding so that your learning curve is expedited, and we'll get you profiting as quickly as possible from the markets here. On top of that, one thing we also offer is weekly group study halls, where 3 p.m. on Sundays, we go over the trades from the week prior, setups we're looking at for the week coming up, as well as a Q&A session, just to provide that extra clarity. And then the last thing we also do is we have real-time, direct-to-your-phone swing trade alerts. And I make that distinction that these are swing trades because, unlike a day trade, unlike a scalp or anything where by the time you get the alert, the trade's darn near over, this actually allows you the time to not only get the alert, but then to contemplate whether or not the trade is appropriate for you. If that is the case and the conclusion you come to, well, then you also have time to execute, to get into the position, to manage the position, set your levels that you want to sell, so on and so forth. So all that is really, culminates to the success that we're seeing for a lot of people here. Again, we're at toptiertradingteam.com. We're a private Facebook group at the moment. We are working on our non-social media platform. We should be up and running with that by the beginning of April. So this should be our last month not on that platform. And we'll be moving forward and over to that very, very soon. All right. Again, toptiertradingteam.com. We look forward to seeing you there. All right, guys, we're just kind of waiting here. Market's just kind of stalling out. You can see it wants to floor out here. It wants to. It may be needing to make a decision. It's very curious. It's a bit oversold, in my opinion. We need kind of a little bounce, but again, I don't trust that bounce much more than 10, 20 points tops. We'll be lucky if we see 671 again. I think more likely we'll see 661 to 665, somewhere in that zone. So, all right, guys, any questions? You know where I'm at. All right, guys, we've been open about 22 minutes here, and we're starting to kind of fade in the overall market a little bit. Not anything too extensive, but we are pulling back to that 652. I suspect we're going to likely get down there to that 650 to 652 zone and then start to kind of flatten out. But if you look at our volume profile, definitely a bearish heartbeat. You know, we got a lot of red volume candles, significantly more and higher in number and volume and size than we do the green volume candles. So certainly leading to me to believe, along with price action, that we are bearish more than we have the opportunity to go bullish here. That being said, a couple things are starting to kind of drip down as well, Ford being one of them. All right. And let's see, Amazon it's trying to floor right now. So we'll see if we get that move back up into our buy zone for the short. Gas prices are about the same. Netflix didn't get to our entry, but getting the price action, we want just a level up. Oh goodness gracious, yeah, Palantir is not going to be cooperative for us here likely today, guys. So sometimes the setup doesn't work. Simply how it goes, and we move on to the next one, right? But that's why we don't get into the long ones either. That's basically all we're seeing. Maro's stabilizing, as is Bitcoin at that 70K. So just watching, but really getting nothing in terms of real clear, defined momentum in any direction. We're kind of just flat out going sideways here. So we'll see what the next hour or so brings in the market. Keep your ears open for headline news. Very important. And of course, today, guys, we have quad witching. This is a historic quad witching. There's never been a larger amount of contracts expiring than there is today. So be very careful. Volatility can really kick in at any time. Okay. Keep your eyes peeled. Any questions? You guys know where I'm at. All right, folks, we are 1 hour into our quad witching Friday here, and not really much motion here as of yet. Kind of interesting, particularly considering what we were anticipating was really a fair amount of volatility. Simply because of the quad witching. And for those of you that aren't that don't know, quad witching is simply the fact that a number of expirations are occurring at the same time in a number of different contract fields. For instance, options are expiring. A great number of options are in expiration today. Futures is included, and so forth. So the point being is that today specifically is kind of a historic day in the sense that this is the most contracts ever closing on any type of quad or triple witching or any type of witching for that matter. Um, so it's very unusual to kind of see the little bit of volatility that we're seeing. But anyways, what we're seeing now out of the SPY is a move on down, as we can see, oil futures are moving on up as well. Okay. So that being said, we're getting right down here to where we anticipated some of that support. Okay, 650 is where we're looking at, somewhere in this zone, and that's kind of what's playing out right now. We're going to be patient to see if we actually settle in and put a double bottom in. If we do see a double bottom and we see the correct volume profile along with the correct trade line VWAP relationship, then we can make a better assessment if we're actually going to move to the upside a little bit here today. Maybe get that dead cat bounce started. Who knows? Now, again, quad witching or any type of witching, or really, I mean, any day, this is what the market makers are trying to do. They're trying to maximize the amount of contracts that will expire worthless for buyers so that they keep their money, obviously, and so on. That being said, now they have some ability to maneuver and manipulate to a degree price action and so forth. But some degree they don't. I mean, the market is going to do what it's going to do. For instance, if some extremely bullish news comes out, for just as a hypothetical, like Ford or Nvidia or Tesla, anything, uh, and that would drive price action despite whatever the market makers wanted to have happen. You know what I mean? Sometimes, a news catalyst or an R&D announcement, or if it's in pharmaceuticals and medicine, it could be FDA approval, whatever it may be, that can drive a stock in any direction, independent of what's happening even in the rest of the market. So, and this is where you get into looking into areas of relative strength and or weakness. But that, is neither here or there. So, it looks like we're trying to at least put in a little bit of an attempt to floor here. Now, what we're likely to see is an attempt to gain VWAP. Now, that attempt to gain VWAP for the trade line to actually get and test VWAP will require price action slightly above it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we find ourselves up there at 665 or 655, excuse me, to in order to really retest the VWAP here indicator with this trade line. This is the 9-day EMA, the exponential moving average. And so we'll see, when we get up to that 655, if we see resistance. And remember, that was also the initial low of the day, along with the overnight low as well. So we're going to really watch this level back. Let's go ahead and mark it live just to show its importance. Yeah, I keep going to 665, guys. Sorry. 655. I'll say pre-market low. Let's do capital so it's easier for you guys to see. I don't know what kind of screens you're looking at. If you have like a little phone screen or something, it might be more difficult. So I like to put it bigger. Pre-market low, and then also the initial low of day. Okay, so that's the area that's really important here. I would expect price action to get no less than there to test that level here. Let me go ahead and make it a little less predominant. Boom. And then, what color should we make it? Let's go red there. All right. Okay, so that's what we're looking at here. Oops, and let me lock that in before I accidentally move it like I tend to later. Okay. So that's what we're looking at for the overall SPY. So I suspect some of these other names that we're going to take a quick glance at. Oh my goodness, nice. I'm glad we're getting a rejection here at 97. I do not like the idea of oil futures getting too high here. We've been too high for too long, and to be honest, if they stay too high too long, we do kind of enter in that potential, at least short term. I mean, I'm not saying anything like, guys, don't get me, into it. Mistake me to say like the sky is falling. This isn't a Chicken Little moment. No matter what, the sky is never not going to fall. I never bet on the end of the world, the apocalypse, so on and so forth. It's only going to happen once, and I'm okay being right on every other bet I make or trade or whatever than betting on the end of the world. I'll ride the ride down, no problem, and I'll make that money on the way down, and I'll show you how to do it here with us. But there's no Chicken Little ever moment here. But that being said, nobody wants to be in a recession, right? Short term, moderate term, long term, any term, we'd prefer not to. So that being said, that's a possibility. If oil prices stay too high too long, we don't get jobs data into the situation that we want it to be in, and everything else, inflation wise, interest rate wise, then that could be recessionary for sure. But if that's the case, then we will, go along with what will be a price discovery time. It'll be a time where things are going to be a little volatile, obviously bearish because we'll be in that type of market. But we'll ride that wave down, and we'll make money on the way down just as easy, if not easier, than we will on the way up. And you guys, if you're not aware of how to, then again, come join us at toptiertradingteam.com. We'll help you step by step through all that process. But back to the lesson here. So we are getting a double top here on oil futures. It's pulling back ever so slightly. Let me get to a more higher time frame, like the 15. Okay. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we get a pullback from this double top here, and we just kind of move back on down to VWAP, and then that'll give us an opportunity to base out here on the overall market. And hopefully we get that flooring around this zone here. And then in turn, it's going to, of course, help us forward to determine where it's going to go. We are holding shorts at this point. Zoom in a little bit better so it's a little easier to see. So we are in the short, and just waiting to see if we're going to get a continuation down into this level. But guys, not a bad place to take some profit is down here at this 1150 in case the market does pop. If the market does kind of pop back up from here to go test, especially if we get above this 655, the pre-market and initial low, we're going to go back to test maybe the close of the day and so forth, yesterday's close. Then absolutely, it's possible that Ford then bounces right back into this zone here. And if you miss this short, this is still a possibility, guys. So don't think that you missed out on this setup. It just didn't set up for you here today. Just, tapped in yesterday, but it's still here for you. If we get that move up, I don't think it'll be huge. They're definitely not going to want to get it. And when I say they, I say the market makers, okay? They're going to want to land this price where it does the most pain. And right now that would be below 12 and 12.50 calls. They're the ones that the market makers want to expire the most. That's what's called max pain. That's the most contracts that have the highest open interest that will expire worthless so long as price is below that $12. So even if we get a pop, the market makers are going to do their darndest to push it back down. You see what I mean? And this may be a little more complicated for some of you beginners and so forth, and even some of you guys that are members. I don't often talk about this either because it doesn't always come up, and but particularly today because it is quad witching, and again, the highest number of contracts in history being coming to expiration today. They're going to want to try to do this because that's a lot of money at stake. Now, again, market makers have so much power. Doesn't matter. Like if Ford comes out today and says we have increased our production, our numbers are better than we were expected, we're ahead of schedule on research and development, and it's costing us less to do that research and development, blah, and we have this new product that we have hot demand for, blah, 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 whatever. Some perfect storm combination of news. It doesn't matter what the market makers want. This price will jump up to, who knows, 12, who knows, 12.50, 12.25, somewhere where that max pain level that is going to, unfortunately, for the market makers, not be there for them, and they're going to have to pay out here. But that's not likely. That's an improbability, and that's why we're putting ourselves on the side of what's more probable, right? So if we get this gap up in Ford, guys, I'm no problem taking this trade setup right here. Okay, they're going to try to. In fact, this is, in my opinion, this is likely exactly where they're going to try to close it today. And you know what? Mark my words. Okay, it's 9. All right, it is 9:43 Central on Friday, March 20th, 2026. Quad witching, historic quad witching. Okay. And I think that they're going to try to close Ford right around this area, 1175 to 1185. Let's just say 1180, but basically 1175, 1180, anywhere in that zone here. Because that's going to provide the most maximum pain in terms of the most number of contracts that will be worthless by the end of the day. But we'll see. We've got a long time. Again, we've only been open for an hour and a half. We've got a long day of trading ahead of us here. So let's see where we are elsewise. Well, been jibber jabbering extensively about Ford. Let's see where we're at with Amazon. Amazon just did not give us our entry yet. We were certainly right on the sentiment. We were looking to go short. Here's what we were looking for buys. I wanted to see a small gap up into this zone and then just short it on down, know exactly where it is here to this area where I expected some support. See the yellow line for that reason, where it's finding support. So that's how it just goes. Sometimes the trade happens before you can get into it. Let's see. We just did Ford. Have a good day. Let's see. Yes, I'm still holding that. That's good. All right, Netflix. Well, similar because again, heavy market didn't get that little pop to the level we would have wanted to see. Definitely put in a little bit of a double top here, but I mean, I'm still not looking for this to be my entry here. I would prefer waiting till we get into the zone, and that's what we're going to do. But it might be, guys, that, a lot of times we like to get our stops tested, right? We love to see that confirmation of our stops being, in this case, resistance, but in some cases support, depending on the trade plan. And then upon confirmation of that support or resistance, but we would see that resistance here, buying into the weakness, buying puts shorting through this area and taking profit. Well, because of the muted bullish, or lack of bullish action here today, we didn't get up in that zone. In fact, we've easily double topped here. We might be triple topping, and we are forming a small, ever so tiny, but not complete bull flag here. And so we may get up here. Much better to wait to get the right risk reward. But instead of being so firm on getting your stop, that's just kind of, it may be that we just get into this area here, and this is where we actually take a first nibble, as opposed to waiting. I like to wait. I don't even like to buy when we enter these our buy zones until the stops are tested. And I love getting that tested stop and then buying the bulk of my position here, and still buying into the strength and the direction that I'm looking to go to a certain point. I have no problem if I buy most of it here and I see that weakness. I anticipate buying more here, because I'll just take some off here, even though this is a good buy zone still for some. If I bought frugally enough up here, I have no problem taking off some risk, putting some profit in my pocket, and then boom, 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 boom. You see what I mean? So I love when that happens. Now, you have to have your eyes open when you're trading, right? When you drive, you have a driving plan, right? You're going somewhere, in your head or in your GPS where to go. But you also have to be aware. Are there kids in the road? Are there other vehicles in the road? You don't just go and not be aware, right? Or if you're in an automatic car, it doesn't just go and not be aware, right? It's always sensing. It's always ready to adapt to changes. Same here. So now this is our plan. So instead of waiting to buy that, maybe I just get a little nibble, buy a simple one-tier position. Excuse me, guys. I need a quick drink. Pardon me. So I get a quick nibble, just a little single tier position. So again, hypothetically, let's say in any given trade, or in this trade, I'm looking to get 10 contracts. Okay, well, here I'm only at most going to get 2. 20% of what I consider to be my full position. If I was only looking to get 5 contracts, to say it's a higher price stock, I don't want to put so much at risk, so on. So, okay, well then say I'm looking to get 5, I'll get 1 right here, and then see where it goes. Now, if it makes the move earlier than I anticipate, great. I'm in position. I could still get a nice little trade. I'll take what I can get. Thank you, and move on. Now, if it kind of creeps up, well, I can give it that wiggle room and see, do I get into these higher area, in these deeper buy zone areas? And then, if it's the case, then great. Then I've only, it's only a single little piece. I'm still in my buy zone. This is perfectly acceptable to buy here. It's part of the plan, right? And now I'm just going to load up more tiers as we get higher and higher to that stop. Now, if I'm wrong, or not wrong, but say I buy that single tier position and it moves against me, I'm going to be very patient. I'm not going to just load up here when it gets there unless I see indications to. Okay. I'm going to wait and see if we get up to that stop, and then what happens there. Now, if we get to that stop and it breaks, well, then I'm going to let this position go. And what's the damage? I'm from my buy zone to my stop. Well, that's the plan. That's the minimum pain I'm going to suffer in my trade. It was to be that. So I'm okay. That's what I'm not. The sky's not falling. I'm in a single position at risk, and I'm good. Generally, I'm making more on the winnings than I am on the losses, and that mitigates that in that sense. So, just a little thought process lesson there in terms of, but how I look at it, how I tier into positions sometimes, okay. Other times it's, depending on the circumstance, it's different. This circumstance, that's what I'm looking to potentially do here, you know, um, just in this type of environment, of course. So let's see where Ford is going to go test the low of the day there. It looks like 1154. See where the SPY is. SPY is pulling back. Maybe that's 650 before we get there real foreign. We'll see. But I mean, it's trying there, folks. Oh, so we're getting a little bit of a pop here in oil futures prices. So let me see something real quick. Hold on one second, folks. So there's some news coming out. Give me 1 second to kind of see what's happening here. I'm not sure what it is, but I do want to find out. Hold on. Oh, looks like something to do with interest rates and yields, bond yields. So, again, I'm just preliminary looking. I'm going to need a minute. Okay. So it's not really. It seems like it doesn't seem to be any particular one bit of news. It's just. It seems like it's a culmination of everything, and we've been talking about that, right? I mean, you're free to look at any of these lives. Um, so the week prior, we've been talking about an overall bearish sentiment that we have, right? And how we're taking advantage of that in a number of ways, both loading up long term with certain plays and then taking advantage of shorting on the way down in certain ways. So not really surprised. I talked about everything from jobs numbers to interest rates to obviously what's happening in the Middle East, oil prices, more than enough variables that are questionable, private credit, um, that are, I mean, we were not too long ago at all-time highs in the market and stuff too. So just lots of profit taking, pullback just was necessary. Correction is needed. This is totally normal, guys. So, like, again, not a chicken little moment. Yes, we're pulling back. Yes, we're going bearish. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna make money on this no matter what. Now we just keep doing what we're doing. We ride the already existing bearish momentum down while loading up with a long-term vision in mind. It's simple as that. I mean, that's what I'm doing with Ford. Look, very simple. As I'm shorting, in fact, I'm taking profit on the short right here at 1150, and then this is a great buy for the $12 leap call. But these are leaps that go out to January of 2028. I'm talking about almost 2 years. So um, we're being strategic about it. We're capitalizing on the way down. We're getting the best prices we can. We have a plan. We have a technique. It works, so on and so forth. So no big deal. It really isn't. It's simple as that. I don't know how to make it any simpler than that. Um, but we'll see. Does the market take this bounce, try to bounce here and so forth? but I said, even if it does bounce, if it floors here at 650 to 652, where it's seemingly trying to, I don't expect more than, I mean, really, really at most. And that's if it just gave us the strongest Super Ball bounce that it could give us. I would say this 671. I'm sorry, I don't know why that's not already marked, guys. Let me do that. That is too important to not be marked. 6. Why is my trading view acting up? Am I having a seizure? What is going on here? Am I taking crazy pills? There we go. I don't know why that was so difficult. Let me certainly fix this up. All right. There we go. You know, let's thicken that baby up. There. All right. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, right, guys? Bam. I do not see getting above that, to be honest. But I think we're more likely, probably around the 664, something like that. At least the 661, I would suspect, somewhere in that zone. That's where I would think the bounce is potentially likely to take us to. Let me go ahead and mark that, which happened to be last Friday's low. Let's say we'll call it bounce resistance. All right. It's got a lot of labels there, so maybe we get rid of the low. So I don't have so much written up here. And then let's make this the same color as the other one. And slightly thicker. There we go. Alrighty. So that's what I'm thinking, guys. Okay. So even if we get this little bounce here from the 650, we might get to the 661. And of course, that would require us getting over the 655 first. But that's where I think the bounce would take us. And if we get an extra Super Ball bounce, maybe we get to the 671. But we don't even know if we're going to get that yet because we haven't really gotten over the 655. And it doesn't even, quite honestly, we're still below VWAP. We just made recently, within the last 6-7 minutes, the new low. Well, 7 to 10 minutes, the new low. We're well below VWAP. It just we're not yet showing signs of the long reversal. It's just attempting to floor at this point, but it's definitely not showing us any actual reversal sign, right? We'll see if that builds, if that potentiality plays itself out. But as of right now, this moment, no, not yet. So we'll see if that happens. Then, of course, we'll expect everything to do the same. But look at that. Trying to floor out at 1150, just like we anticipated. where are we, folks? Come on. Pull back for us here. Oil futures. Oh. Let's see where we are. Oh my goodness. So Palantir is really unusual now. So we had a prior setup, as you can see, that's actually coming looking to be a good trade. it's a prior setup, and these are residuals. Like I took the labels off. Just put the levels there because I still felt them to be important, and I didn't get. I got a lot to do, guys. I'm a one-man band here in this production. As many of you know, I got a family. I got a lot of stuff happening in general. Blah blah blah. But the fact is so sometimes I just can't get everything done, and so I left these levels up, just cleaning it up as much as possible to put the trade plan up, right? Without too much confusion. Look, I didn't even get these off. That's how. Case in point, these are residual trade plans, as you can clearly see. I mean, look how far we go down. You know what I mean? So I basically, the point is like I mapped these levels out for a reason, right? And now you could kind of see why, and why it's like even important to do this. Like here we are. This was the trade plan for the day up here. Presuming we had gotten a bounce earlier in the market than we were anticipating, or that we were getting, this would have been okay. I mean, if we didn't get this gap down, we would have been right in it. We'd be right in here and moving on up to do other thing. No big deal. We had a huge gap down. It just happens, okay? But that gap down took us right into a prior trade plan that is working out perfectly. That's funny to me. I'm sorry. Boom. This is exactly what you would want. Opposite of what was happening. I would say the only difference here that I personally would like, and it still may happen, is that I would like the VWAP to be here at the stop. That's the only difference. First of all, I love the V-shaped recovery. That's a good sign. Okay. Anticipating VWAP to be resistance. And then on the pullback at the resistance, look, we got right here where that's a strong sign, for bullishness. When you get that second bottom that's not quite, that's strong like that, that's a very nice move. And then here we are, just higher highs, higher lows, trying to make its way up to reclaim VWAP. Now, I would have personally liked this VWAP to be down here, and then to this be testing VWAP and providing confirmation of support here. But it's already doing that. I mean, this is clearly support. You know what I mean? So the confirmation, you could say, was right there. Look at that. It went and tested that level. And look at that bullish engulfing candle. Took you right up. A nice volume. Nice, nothing to write home about, but significant enough volume to be comfortable. And then look, as you're getting up there, what are you getting? More volume. More green candles, both in number and size. And if you retake VWAP, now what I would be really looking for, if you're a conservative trader and you really want to get confirmed, I would have personally been okay with here too. You got a double bottom. Boom, boom. But right here, for sure, would have been perfectly fine. But you can very much so wait for a break of this level, which we've done once. So wait for a break of that level, 152.30, and then a pullback to test both VWAP and this 152. Okay, you'll get a move up and a pullback on low volume. Very important. The volume profile is crucial. Okay, move on up on good volume, high volume, pull back on low volume. Confirmation that VWAP and this 152 is support. You're good for the long, in my opinion. I mean, you got at least two deltas that you can look forward to, I would say. And then if you just refill the gap, guys, you're good to go. You're good to go. So this is how, trade setups can help. Like, even on the fly, you got to be a little bit. And I'm sorry, there's no gap here. It just super moved down. It actually traded through here. When I say gap, technically a gap means that there's an open vacuum where no shares will trade. That's not the case here. It actually moved down. It traded down. So, but when you have these big moves, you could say it gaps down because it moved so much, but it didn't create a gap. Okay, so I just want to be clear about that, because some of you might be looking for a gap, signal or something like that. But the fact that it gapped down, non-creating a gap right into these zones, was an indication that this might be potentially a setup that you can look to. And again, the fact that this is happening the way it is, and it's doing exactly what I just outlined, guys. So if you get as I narrated, that type of action, nothing wrong with going long here, taking a quick day trade, scalp, just be sure you're set, you just stop. You don't, that's why we would have these levels set the way they are. If you enter here, get out here if it breaks and it doesn't look like it's going to hold. Save your capital, But we are, let's see, it's 10:08 Central, so we're an hour and 38 minutes into the day. And we'll see where we head here. Let's see what the overall market's doing. Pulling back. Okay. I mean, we still haven't got above VWAP yet. Oh, boy. Hello, gas prices. Those are popping. I keep calling it gas. Oil futures. I'm sorry, guys. Oil futures are popping. Don't like that. 98. Okay, we're stuck at 98 even right now. Did get a little bit above that, though. Like a 98 and a quarter, basically, somewhere. All right, let's see where we are with Bitcoin. It's probably pulling back, yeah. Okay, so guys, watch tomorrow if you're looking to trade tomorrow or anything, really. If you're on coin, I don't have coin up, I don't have IBIT up. There's other, obviously, mechanisms or vehicles that you can trade Bitcoin exposure through. But here we're looking at Mara, and if it, very closely, this 850 correlates with this 69,770K area. So if it breaks and can't hold this, Bitcoin doesn't hold that, then absolutely expect Mara to be down here at this 850 for sure. And then if it really breaks, if Bitcoin really goes down and loses this channel, because this has been a support channel for a bit of time here. Yes, we get into it. Yes, we dip in, but we can see the bounces we've been having right off of it. If it gives this up for good, it's going to be a problem for Bitcoin. I would definitely be very short on anything Bitcoin related. Being careful for whipsaw effect, but if we can't hold at, really, it's that 69,000. If it really has to hold 69,000, maybe you could dip into the high 68s. Otherwise, we're going to be going, likely back down here into the low 6s. We don't want that. Not if you're a Bitcoin holder. But what you can watch Mara in relation to that. All right, so PLTR. Look, guys, I'm sorry, it looks good. I would be entering this balance here on this pullback here if we see this trend line VWAP cross and the pullback holds, that's a beautiful trade to take to the upside right there, guys. And look, that just takes us right into the initial trade, which was already a long. So like maybe it even gets like a Super Mario turbo boost at this level. Who knows? It would definitely require getting over this 154 to 154.50. Okay. So that's definitely going to be a bit of resistance. Definitely would be taking a bulk of my position off here and then seeing, because you might get that continuation. Who knows? Who knows? Let's see. Okay. Any questions you've got, folks? Non-members, go ahead and leave those in our public chats. Members, you can send those directly to me. I'll get them as soon as possible. All right, guys, it's a few minutes before 11 on Central Time here. Let's do a quick check in the markets. All right, so it looks like we are trying to potentially recapture VWAP. We've been trying all morning to really float out here. We got down to this 651.40 basically. Actually, a little bit lower. Let me see where the actual low is. Wow, we got to 651.25. So, attempting to make a little bit of a bounce back move here. We got 1150 as the support here, as we expected from Ford. Got out of our short position at this profit target, exactly what we wanted. And this is also where we're looking to get another $12 leap call. For those of you that are following along in that trade as well. And let's see where Amazon is. Amazon looking a little perky. Well, let's see what happens if the market turns around. We could see a little move on up, and then maybe we actually get our short trade plan out of that. Oil futures still kind of up there. Yeah, up there for sure. And Netflix doing the same. So we'll see if we get a move up on Netflix. If the market turns around, then we get to get in those short zones. Oh. Let's go ahead and make that a little cleaner. Wow. It's just amazing that the prior setup has been the perfect setup for today. Look at that. Goodness gracious. Exactly what we would have wanted. Beautiful, guys. If we took this trade here on Palantir, awesome. Take profit when you get up to this area, but also there's potential for continuation there. You might find yourself up in these zones up here, so keep your eyes peeled. Tomorrow pulling back makes me think Bitcoin's still pulling back. Yep. Testing that zone. Let's see where we go from here, folks. All right. Any questions about any of these trades? Certainly feel free to leave them in the chat or send them to me directly.
Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent, top tier trading team in the building, got the charts all glowing, we winning, Mentorship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, trading team. Yeah, we talk that green. Money in my sleep, but I stay on screen. Hey, hey. Double cup coffee, charts on tilt, candles on fire, count get billed. I don't chase hype, I just chase my plan. Rich so tight, turn a bend to 10 grand. Swipe that phone, I'm in real time mode. Trend line clean, whole squad on go. We don't guess, we don't pray, we return. Maybe one day, two, I really do this daily. Top tier trading team, we the ones they see. Whole squad eating up the same routine. From the watch list straight to the winning screen. Top tier trading team. Whoa. Top tier trading team. One strategy session, line stay ring. Personal mentorship, keep your mind in position. Weekly group study, we all locked in. Top tier trading team, we were built to win. Sunday night lights, got a plan for the week. Study hall running till my eyes feel weak. Q&A popping, new plays unlocked. Next morning open, we already got stock. Screen share flowing, you can see my hand. In the red cool, I'll show you where you stand. Trade by trade, I'ma walk you through. From scared to prepared, yeah, we changed that view. Top 10, top tier trading team. We are the ones they see. Whole squad eating on the same routine. From the watch list straight to the winning screen. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading. On alerts hit, that's a line on go. Check this level when the price run cold. Private group chat where the game get passed. Top tier trading, we gon' make it last. Who you know, break it down like this, like this. Teach you how to hunt, not wish, not wish. Options, shares, long game, quick flip, same grind, different whip, same script, same script. We don't flex what we can't explain. If I'm supposed to win, I can show the pain. Risk right, sleep right, still get paid. Top tier trading team, that's the way we made it. Top tier trading team. We are the ones they see. Whole squad eating up the same routine. From the watch list straight to the winning screen. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. One strategy sessions, lines stay ringing. Personal mentorship, keep your mind in position. Phone trade alerts, got the whole crew tapped. Top tier trading team, put the name on the map. Top tier. Got a crew in the back room, charts stacked knee high, candles burning, coffee churning, watching numbers crawl on by. They call us top tier trading team. We hunt that field, we stalk that green. Mentorship and strategy sessions, turn that guessing into lean. Mean machine, oh yeah. Top tier trading team. We don't roll no dice. We call that market cold as ice. From that first bell ring to the closing screen, you got a blues born backbone in the top tier trading team. Monday night study hall, questions cutting to the bone. Weekly Q&A, money talk, you ain't trading all alone. Screen share glow on a torn up desk, guiding through the step-by-step mess. Real-time whisper through that phone, hit that level and leave it alone. Hey, It's only paid up players know. Real-time alerts like a preacher shout. Take your profit, child, get out. Top tier trading team. We don't roll no dice. We carve that market cold as ice. Mentors, halls, and late night schemes. Phone calls, screens, and midnight dreams. You got a blues-born backbone in a top-tier trading team.
All right, guys. It looks like the market is at least attempting to try to regain VWAP. We're looking to test the prior action that we got at this area here. We got up to 664.30. So we'll see if we get above that. And then there's a 665 or 655, excuse me. That's really necessary for us to kind of feel like we have at least a bullish turnaround for the short term here today. But until then, we're well below that happening. Trade line is still technically below VWAP, so we got to wait for that confirmation. As far as some of our other stocks, they're just basically doing the same. Ford's right there by VWAP near the low of the day. Amazon is moving a little bit up as well, so we're going to continue to be patient on that one. Oil futures still kind of up there. So Netflix has not given us the entry yet for our short. We'll see. Wow, Palantir, just a great trade here on an older setup, heading right into the new setup as well. And Mara's just channeling as Bitcoin is doing the same. All right, guys, so keep in a watch. Let me know if you have any questions.
Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent, top tier trading team in the building, got the charts all glowing, we winning, Mentorship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand, stride your sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light, weekly study halls, we diving deep, marking zones while the world's asleep, ask your questions, get that game, we all rise up in the same lane. Hey! Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got it every live trade made. Real time, phone alert, setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, their backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got it every live trade made. Real time, phone alert, and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Top tier trading team, yeah, we talk that green. Turn that chart into checks, watch the squad tag in the screen. Markets open, we locked in. Candles talking, we dialed in. The ship turning rookies into vets with a calm grin. Strategy sessions, we sketch it on the pad. Plan a play, place a trade, flip the fear into a bag. Weekly group study halls, we break down the day's scars. Why you panicked on the pullback, while we doubled on the charge. Q&A sessions, shoot your shot, get it answers. From risk limits to exits to how to cut a cancer. Top tier trading team, we don't miss moves. Got the plan, got the proof, watch the wrist smooth. From the watch list straight to the win, that's facts. If you roll with the squad, you ain't never trading back. Top tier trading team, say the name loud. From the floor to the phone, we surround sound. We don't guess, we don't hope, we react. If you sit in our seats, you ain't never looking back. Top tier. Trading mods on the mic, calling plays in the heat. Screen share, guide you through it, every click, every tweet. Real time reads, see the spread, see the depth. Where we scale, where we bail, how we guard every step. Real time phone alert, you get the call when it sparks. Yo, entry on the poll, target here, guard your heart. Private trader group, chat room, spin like a hive. Charts posted, wins toasted, we refine how we thrive. Top tier trading team, we don't miss moves. Got the plan, got the proof, watch the wrist smooth. From the watch list straight to the win, that's facts. If you roll with the squad, you ain't never trading back. Top tier trading team, say the name loud. From the floor to the phone, we surround sound. We don't guess, we don't hope, we react. If you sit in our seats, you ain't never looking back. Top Top tier. Y'all know what it is. I ain't gamble, I got game. Read the tape, we don't chase flame. Top tier, that's the flag we raise. Turn red days green, flip drawdowns to praise. Phone buzz, that's the bag on the line. Real time hit, I'm in ride on time. Chart marked up, see the zone, then I slide. Wrist locked tight, got the fan by my side. Top tier trading team, we don't miss that move. Real time trade alert, straight to your phone, we groove. Private chat, run deep, that's the inner room proof. Study halls live, we sharpen up the whole truth. Top tier trading team, yeah, we built that lane. Stepping with the squad, we gon' level your game. From the bell to the close, we connected and trained. Real time to your phone, put respect on the name. Top tier. Private room, that's the wartime table. Plays in the chat, every plan tree is getting stable. Drop tickets, entries, exits, ranges. Whole crew lock in, adapt through the changes. Live study halls, screen share, we break math. QA sessions, clear path on the craft. Options, commons, spreads in the stash. We teach stack, then we help you stack cash. Let's go. Top tier trading team, we don't miss that move. Real time trade alert, straight to your phone, we groove. Private chat, run deep, that's the inner room proof. Study halls, lanes, we sharpen up the whole truth. Top tier trading team, yeah, we built that lane. Stepping with the squad, we gon' level your game. From the bell to the close, we connected and trained. Real time to your phone, put respect on the name. Top tier. From the pre to the power hour, we locked in. Losers turn lessons, then we load up and win. You can ride all alone or ride with the kings. Top tier trading team, put some weight on your wings. Top tier trading team, we don't miss that move. Real time trade alert, straight to your phone, we groove. Private chat, run deep, that's the inner room proof. Study halls live, we sharpen up the whole truth. Top tier trading team, yeah, we built that lane. Stepping with the squad, we gon' level your game. From the bell to the close, we connected and trained. Real time to your phone, put respect on the name. Top tier. Top tier. Top tier. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Ride the green street. We rise up early, charts still yawning, candles talking, sideways morning, mentorship circle, reason so clean, strategy sessions keep the mind keen. Weekly study, we gather and learn, questions burning, we take our turn. You and the fire, sharpen the plan, turn every lesson to a stronger hand. Top tier trading team, we move like roots in a money machine. From the bell to the close, we steady, mind and chart and spirit ready. Top tier trading team, we plant the seed and then we reap the green. Together we climb that profit stream. Top tier trading team. Trading marks, watching every wave, slow hand, strong heart, staying brave. Screen share live, we walk that line, guiding every click through the shifting sign. Phone start ring with a real-time call. Entry now, protect it all. Alerts like drums when the trend run fast. We ride the move, let the fear pass. Top tier trading team, we move like roots in a money machine. From the bell to the close, we steady, mind and chart and spirit ready. Top tier top-tier trading team now. Come on, y'all. Yeah, come on down, don't you be too late. We'll show you how to work that market gate. Got one strategy. Sit you right down, tune up your plan, turn your game around. Personal mentorship, talk your real plain, so can ride that chart like a fast freight train. Everybody with the top-tier trading team, do the trade around. Come learn clean, come learn keen, do the trade around. We got your back when the bell go ring. Sign on up, let your profit sing. Everybody with the top-tier trading team, do the trade around. Every single week we got a study hall crew, Q&A, cooking, breaking patterns for you. Screens up big, we be sharing that view, guiding through the trades till the move run through. Phones start buzzing when I set up call. Real-time alerts, we don't miss that ball. Everybody with the top-tier trading team, do the trade around. Come learn clean, come learn keen, do the trade around. We got your back when the bell go ring. Sign on up, let your profit sing. Everybody with the top-tier trading team, do the trade around. Got a private little room where the traders all chat, talking through the winds, learn from the flats. You ain't trading all alone in the dark like that. You got a family of pros saying you can do that. Oh yeah, everybody with the top-tier trading team, do the trade around. Come learn clean, come learn keen, do the trade around. We got your back when the bell go ring. Sign on up, let your profit sing. Everybody with the top-tier trading team, do the trade around. Top tier trading team. We really live this. All gas. No breaks. Wake up, check charts. Coffee on the desk, phone charge. Group chat jumping off start. Everybody typed in, no logs. You still guessing? We do mentorship and started your sessions. Break down plans like confessions. Risk on lock, no stressing. Weekly group study halls. We locked in, screens glow. Whole squad locked win. QA sessions where the game get leaked. Turn a slow grind to a fast week. Top tier trading team, we on go. Catch plays, drip, drip, then they flow. Real time when I say, then you know. Get rich with the squad or you broke, pick a road. Top tier trading team, that's the way. Turn red days green, flip the page. From the open to the close, we pay. Top tier trading team. Trade mods on deck, they scouting. Call out levels, no doubt. Screen share, guide you through trades in real time. You can see every entry like it's rewind. Phone buzz, real time trade alerts. You were stuck, now you first. That worked. Private trader group chat, room pop. One good play in your old life stop. You at work, we on charge. That split screen. You dream profits, we live dreams. Same ticker but a different team. Got a map to the money, you just need the scheme. Come on. Top tier trading team, we on go. Catch plays, drip, drip, then they flow. Real time when I say, then you know. Get rich with the squad or you broke, pick a roll. Top tier trading team, that's the way. Turn red days green, rip the pay. From the open to the close, we pay. Top tier trading team. Who you dial when the chart look wild? Top tier. Who you trust when the candles vibe? Top tier. Mentos, mods, whole crew versatile. Turn one small bag to a long profile. Let's go. Top tier trading team, we on go. Catch plays, drip, drip, then they flow. Real time when I say, then you know. Get rich with the squad or you broke, pick a roll. Top tier trading team, that's the way. Turn red days green, rip the pay. From the open to the close, we pay. Top tier trading team. Top tier.
All right, folks, it is 12 o'clock on our quad witching Friday here, and nothing is really happening. I am extremely surprised at the low level of volatility. I mean, honestly, this is the last thing I expected. Between all the news, everything we've been getting as far as different news catalysts in the Middle East, oil prices freaking popping right now, too. I mean, we're well above 99 here. Let's see. Did we hit 100? Not quite. No, not yet there, but we're on our way to 100 into the weekend where there's uncertainty to look forward to. I'm surprised the SPY is here, to be honest. I would think that we would have tried to do the retake of this gap the small gap that we created, or as oil is popping, be pulling back farther. I certainly suspected this 650 to get resistance. I've been saying it all week. I think I said it last week, and you guys could feel free to look back at any of the lives from the last couple of weeks. So the move here, the fact that it's holding isn't surprising. The fact that it's holding against oil rising, and really nothing else to give it much movement. It's weird. It is weird. But we still haven't even gotten to the 655 pre-market low, and of course the initial low of the day. So we are still rather bearish here on that. Now, as far as our individual names here, Amazon has not given us an entry yet. We're still waiting to kind of get into these zones here. Or it's just hanging out near the low of the day. It just came down and been sitting there within a couple cents of that 150 all day. Netflix, again, just trading sideways here for the most part. If market popped up, we get into our zones to get those puts, but it just hasn't happened. Palantir has been the one exception. As you can see, we had a prior setup that actually didn't have. This was the setup for the day. We had a huge gap down to start the day, and then ironically enough, it went right into a prior setup that worked out perfectly. So if you happen to have watched and had this set up from a prior trade we took, I mean, it can't get any better. A V-shaped recovery, pull back to test the stop, confirmation that would be support, and then just look, moving on up. And it's exactly where I would have taken profit, because here is what was the original trade plan for today. As we closed last night up here, I was expecting a move down into here, a hold, and then take advantage of the move up. So the fact that we came down this far, then made this move up, I would definitely be taking profits. Now, it may be that this setup sets up for us moving into tomorrow. Monday. I forgot, today's Friday. Or who knows? I mean, maybe this pops up in here at the end of the day, and if we see the action we were originally meeting, like for instance, say you didn't get rid of your call here if you got in at the low. Well, I certainly would do it once we get here. But if we break up, come back and hold this setup's good. The setup is perfectly fine to then take a continuation move on up there into those levels. So definitely something to keep an eye on here with Palantir. Mara's just moving according to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's just sitting right in that support 69 to 70K channel. We'll see what happens here. Probably going to dip down in here throughout the rest of the day. VWAP will pull in. And then what's likely to happen is, my guess is into the close or after the close, we'll get Bitcoin start its weekend action where it decides where it's going to go. But as long as it keeps holding the 69.70, that's good, because that's the level it needs to hold to potentially move on up to these upper levels from here. But it may be a time of consolidation here in these levels, guys. It could be, days, weeks, who knows? So we will keep an eye. Ford still right there at the low. Got a small rejection at VWAP for the SPY, so keeping an eye on all this here. All right, folks. Let's just keep watching, stay patient, and then when it's time to attack, we hit that button.
Top tier. Top tier. Trading team. Coffee on the desk, screen glow on my face. Pre-market plans got the levels in place. Risk real small, but the upside crazy. We don't chase candles, we let them chase me. Charts like a map, see the traps where they hide. Patience in the pocket, let the rookies collide. You hear bye, bye, bye. We hear wait, then strike. We teach you how to last through the long, hard night. Top tier trading team, yeah, we plan and neat. Turn fear into focus, losses into receipts. You want game, pull up, take a seat, learn the scheme. We don't guess, we don't dream, we just work the routine. Top tier trading team, help you lock that green. From the open to the close, keep it sharp, keep it clean. You want wealth, not a wish, then you rock with the team. Top tier, that's a profitable thing. Hey. Options on deck, we define that risk. Spread so tight, every play got a twist. Data ticks slow while we stack that size. We teach why small loss better than pride. Break down the chart, every zone, every gap. Write down the rules, then we follow the map. Discipline the driver, greed in the back seat. We show you how to live through a bad top tier trading team, yeah, we plan and neat. Turn fear into focus, losses into receipts. You want game, pull up, take a seat, learn the scheme. We don't guess, we don't dream, we just work the routine. Top tier trading team, help you lock that green. From the open to the close, keep it sharp, keep it clean. You want wealth, not a wish, then you rock with the team. Top tier, that's a profitable theme. Who you call when the chart look wild? Who you trust with the long-term fly? Who you want when it's drawdown time? We refine, redefine, then we climb. Seen folk blow accounts, try and double in a day. We slow them right down, show a smarter way. Journal every trade, every thought, every flaw. Turn pain into proof, make respect for the law. Law of risk, law of patience, law of trend. You learn that, you don't beg, you just bend. From the first small win to the big time dream. You ain't alone, you align with the team. Top tier trading team, yeah, we plan to need. Turn fear into focus, losses into receipts. You want game, pull up, take a seat, learn the scheme. We don't guess, we don't dream, we just work the routine. Top tier trading team, help you lock that green. From the open to the close, keep it sharp, keep it clean. You want wealth, not a wish, then you rock with the team. Top tier, that's a profitable thing. Top tier. From the bell to the close, we the crew you call when you ready to grow. Yeah, we in the lab, late night, screens glow bright, coach by your side, get your entries right. One-on-one talks, break it down, take notes, turn shaky hands into stone cold goats. Game plan tight, every candle, every level, turn fear of the red into dancing with the devil. We don't guess, we test and rewind that edge. When you roll with the team, you respect that pledge. We the top tier trading team, say the name out loud. Hey. Flip charts, flip scripts, stand up, be proud. From the open to the close. Yeah. We run that scene. If you wanna trade sharp, come and rock with the team. Hey. We the top tier trading team, say the name out loud. Hey. Flip charts, flip scripts, stand up, be proud. From the open to the close. Yeah. We run that scene. If you wanna trade sharp, come and rock with the team. Study hall weekly, bring your cues, we answer. Breaking down risk like a market dancer. Group on the call, learning step by step. Turn a wild guest straight to a clean, tight ref. Screen share live, see the setup in motion. Phone buzz once, that's a trade lane open. Minds on watch, keep the room on track. Chat room lit, got your whole squad's back. Mentors talk, you listen, then you act. No hype, just skill, that's a fact. Back from the plans you write to the cash you stack. Walking solo, leave with the wolf pack. We the top tier trading team, say the name out loud. Say it. Flip charts, flip scripts, stand up, deep dive from the open to the close. Yeah, we run that scene. If you wanna trade sharp, come and rock with the team. Hey, we the top tier trading team, say the name out loud. Hey, flip charts, flip scripts, stand up, deep dive from the open to the close. Yeah, we run that scene. If you wanna trade sharp, come and rock with the team.
Coffee on, charts up early, candles dancing, screens all glowing. You don't have to stare alone now. Top tier trading team, yeah, we show how. Hey, top tier trading team, we don't guess, we got a plan. And it's shipping strategy, walk you through it hand in hand. Weekly study halls, where we break it down in plain terms. Top tier trading team, helping you grow while the market turns. Quiet questions you've been saving, all that jargon got you wavering. QA sessions, lay it all bare. Ask it straight, we'll meet you there. Trading minds, keep the wrist tight. Screen share guiding through the live fight. Real-time calls while the ticks move fast. You ride the wave, we steer the craft. Tier trading team, we don't guess, we got a plan. Managed shipping strategy, walk you through it hand in hand. Weekly study halls, where we break it down in plain terms. Top tier trading team, helping you grow while the market turns. Real-time phone alerts, buzzing in your hand. Private trader chat room, you are not a one-person band. We learn the why, we share the how. You got the drive, we got you now. Oh yeah, top tier trading team, we don't guess, we got a plan. Managed shipping strategy, walk you through it hand in hand. Oh, QR calls, screen share when the bell starts to ring. Yeah, top tier trading team, level you up while the market swings.
steam. You don't have to trade alone. We're building out your dream. Top tier trading team, pull up a chair, lean in. We walk you through the wild waves, let the real work begin. Come away with me to the watch list glow. We'll map your moves, learn the ebb and flow. Mentorship and strategy, side by side you'll see. Top tier trading team, where you're meant to be. Come away with me into your own mastery. Weekly study halls, pens tapped, we rewind. Every win and every drawdown sharpens heart and mind. Cue away sessions, laugh soft, ask it all we say. From contracts to conviction, we untangle every day. Come away with me, let the noise fall back. We'll plan your plays, keep you on your track. Group study and strategy, turn fear into clarity. Top tier trading team, writing your new story. Come away with me into your own mastery. Screen share, shine and see this candle, see this light. Real time phone alerts ring like bells, right on time. Private chat room humming, you're never out of reach. Trading minds beside you till the lessons really sink deep. Come away with me through the open sky. We'll frame each risk, let your courage fly. Mentorship and strategy, heart-led accountability. Top tier trading team, where your future breathes. Come away with me into your own mastery.
Yeah. Top tier trading team. Yeah. We clocking pre-market. From the watch list to the closing bell. Let's go. We were students of the chart, now we teach from the heart. Turn confusion to a craft, light the dark on your graph. Mentorship, strategy, Zoom room, faculty, clean risk, clear plan, trade stacks tactically, weekly, study halls, numbers on the wall, mark zones, mark time, mark where you might fall. Q&A sessions, every scar is a lesson. We protect capital, that's our first confession. Trading Mars lined up like tools in a kit. You bring fear, we bring framework, help you commit. Screen share running, candle by candle, walk you through the play till you ready to handle. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose, let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. Yeah. Phone buzz once, That's a real-time alert. We don't text hype, only plans that work. Right price, right zone, right risk on the phone. If the math ain't mad, then we leave it alone. Private chat room lit, but the talk stay clean. No lotto dreams, just a disciplined team. From the small account flip to the funds you guard. We map roadways out of every backyard. Group call Sunday, set the whole week's tone. What we like, what we skip, where we tighten the zone. You came in solo, eyes wide, full doubt. Now you call plays, calm voice, lights out. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust, turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. From mentorship touches to live screen scenes. From study hall nights to the daylight green. From the first small win to your first big streak. We right there, same call, same chart, same week, yeah. Top tier trading team. Say the name, that's facts. If you bring the work in, we bring you the tracks. From the open to the close, we gon' move precise. Top tier trading team, we don't gamble, we slice, yeah.
All right, guys, we're at 12:23 Central Time, and as I noted earlier, just rather unusual that we have this type of price action in oil futures, having popped up over 99 here, about 99.30, and not seeing a larger drawdown in the overall market. So this is interesting and notable. As far as the quad witching and the effects regarding that, it may be that we get a reaction closer to the end of the day. We'll keep an eye, maybe the last hour or two. Right now it's lunchtime, so on and so forth. So we'll have to see. But really, the notable thing here is the relationship between oil and the SPY. Now, for weeks now, they've had a fairly direct inverse relationship. I would say within a degree of 95%, I would say. And to be where in this situation here, where, like, for instance, like right here would be where I would say oil price futures would be about 98, a good dollar, almost $1.50 down, where I would expect the SPY in the market to be holding the lows. So the fact that it's actually up above that, and we had touched over 99 and we're still up near 99. Actually, we're still exactly 99.10. And with the trade line curling up along with the VWAP being pulled up as well, that's bullish. So I think these prices are going to likely continue. I don't see really, in terms of the volume profile, anything to lead me to believe otherwise. High volume on these green candles, low volume on these pullbacks, which are few and far between as far as red volume candles on these pullbacks, which are just simply to the trade line. And this is the 15-minute time frame that we're on here. So, as long as the trade line continues to be support, which it seems to be, and the next test of that would be around 98.25. We'll see what happens there, but interesting relationship that's kind of formulating here with the SPY and everything else, which is diverging from what has been for the last number of weeks. So keeping an eye on everything else. I mean, Ford is going to do whatever the SPY is likely doing unless we hear of some independent fundamental catalyst out of Ford. Ford execs come out to say some type of news, bullish or bearish, that would obviously change that. Otherwise, we're looking for potentially a move back down, profit on the short position that we got from up here, down here at this next level. We got rid of one of the shorts and profit here. Again, we're also collecting $12 leap calls at this time as well that go out to 2028. And then, let's see, whoop, there we go. And then Amazon just hasn't given us an entry today, flat out. So nothing to really comment on there. I was still waiting to get up in these put buy zones, which we're not, we're halfway there maybe. So nothing really to write home about. Same with Netflix. Netflix gave us 3 really awesome trades this week. And so it's just not moving very much at the moment. Can't happen every day for a stock. Now, Palantir, however, this has been very interesting. The drawdown we had was pretty severe, more than we expected. We expected from the close up here a drawdown into this area. Once we were looking for that support, we're going to go long. And here you can see the trade plan is very clear. We're looking for support. These are our profit zones. So anyways, we got this big gap down, which ironically ran us right into an old trade setup that I just hadn't cleaned up. I mean, the levels were there, the numbers were there, and the colors were there, because clearly that's how I kind of set my things up, right? The green are my entries, the reds are my stops, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, it came down, tested the stop. Strong V-shaped recovery, pulled back to test the stop, which it held, and then it started to move up on increasing volume. I mean, that's a perfect long setup. That's what we were looking for up here, except it happened down here on a prior setup. Now, we kept this tight here. Clearly, this is different than here. And the reason we were keeping it tight, because I was expecting oh, goodness, hold on. Did it again, guys. I thought that was locked. There we go. Now we'll lock it and save. Okay. Because we were looking, I honestly thought this was going to be forming a double top. I did expect resistance and a pullback, right? That's why I was looking for these levels, because I wanted to get in there. But conscious that on a double top like that, it could be a much stronger pullback. I expected possibly to VWAP. This is way more than that, right? And how many times have we had our stops broken through, then regained, and then given us support, and then we move on, just like it did down here, right? I was expecting that off of VWAP maybe down here, so that's why we still had these levels, and then we go up there. So whatever, didn't happen. It's cool. We got other trades we've been in, and we're rocking it. We're not going to get into all of them. That's perfectly fine. But if you guys were savvy enough and you saw this, I would hope over time, through all of the things that we do, our sessions, our study halls, our alerts, blah, blah, that members especially would start to see some of these opportunities on your own as well, to identify them as, potentials for you. But, things we all go over can go over in detail in the group and stuff as well. So that's what we're looking at here. Wow, that's really pretty awesome there on Palantir. Let's see what Bitcoin's doing. Yep, just hanging in that channel. I think we're just going to stay in here all the rest of today. And then towards the end of the day, as VWAP comes down into the zone, that's when Bitcoin will kind of move up. And when VWAP is right there at the upper end of that channel around 70K, Bitcoin will then recover 70K as well as VWAP, and then it'll move on up from there. into the weekend and so on. That'll probably be, right as the market is closing and or closed. But that's what I'm seeing thus far here, guys. Any questions on any of these situations, feel free to please contact me.
Coffee cold on the desk, candles climb, then they fall. We've been up since the open, chasing freedom, not a roll call. Charts carved in my notebook, plans drawn line by line. Learn to tame that panic, turn that pressure into a sign. I was staring at the screen like it owned me, red nose cutting straight to the bone. Then I found my crew in the glow. Yeah, now I never trade alone. Top tier trading team. We ride that price like a thunder train, from a whisper wick to a breakout screen. Top tier trading team. Hey, down in deep where the battle scheme. Yeah, we live that trader theme. Prince 1-1 strategy sessions. Whisper game, eye to eye. Personal mentorship in the trenches. Teach you when to step, when to stand by. And weekly groups to the hall blazing. QA sessions run long. We break down every lesson till your weakest play feels strong. Top tier trading team. We ride that price like a thunder dream, from a whisper wick to a breakout screen. Top tier trading team. Down in deep where the battle scheme. Yeah, we live that trader theme. Rip trading mod live screens haring, gotten through the rush in real time. Walking real time trade alerts ringing like a war drum marking the climb. Got a private trader, chat room humming, voices in the dark of the night. You come scared of every candle, leave here ready for the fight. Top tier trading team. We ride that price like a thunder dream, from a whisper wick to a breakout scream. Top tier trading team. Hey, down in deep where the battle scheme. Yeah, we live that trader theme. Top tier trading team. From that first small win to the big time green. Top tier trading team. Stacking skill on scale. Living off the trader dream. Well, I used to chase some candles like a dog chasing every car, clicking every shiny tickle, but my account never got too far. Then I met some heavy hitters, taught me how to make a plan. They said, pull up a chair, son, we gon' turn you to a brand new man. Yeah! I'm with that top 10 trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. They break it down slow, make the whole thing clean. Yeah, I roll with the top trading team. Hey, got them one-on-one strategy sessions, lay it out line by line. Personal mentorship, brother, tune that temper, sharpen that mind. Weekly group study halls, pure talking charts. Ask your fear, ask your question, they fix that doubt before it starts. Woo! I'm with that top 10 trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. Break it down slow, make the whole thing clean. Yeah, and I roll with the top trading team. Hey, they got that trade in my screen, sorry. Guide you right through the trade, step by step. Real time alerts when the moves start flaring. You ain't stuck in the shade. Private chat room.
All right, guys. So we're finally here at 12:38 Central, getting that pullback in the market that I've kind of been anticipating here. And I just noted not long ago how oil prices had come up here into this 99 zone, and how surprising it was that we hadn't already done this action that we're seeing now and had gotten down to the 650 or 650. So really waiting to see what happens here. And then we can kind of see what happens with our other trades as well. Ford, I'm expecting the same type of action. You know, we had the short setup from prior here. We're looking for that entry again here today, and then just riding on that all the way down to these 11, possibly to 1125. I do see. I mean, the possibility at 1135 to find support is there, so we do have a short profit area there as well. But you know, really, it could go down to 1125. And I'm sorry, guys, I gotta change this. Okay, along with the possibility of this being both profit zone for a piece of that short from up there, it's also possible, not definite, that it is also possible that this is a $12 lead call buy area as well. Now, originally, my plan really is every quarter. Every, you know, like here's one, 1175 up there was one, 1150, and then 1125. But with the slight potential, it's a moderate potential for support here. I want to, you know, take advantage of that potentially, so I might grab that. I'm going to call it as I see it, play it by ear at that time. Just going to call an audible and kind of see what goes. But if we do get through there, I'll be buying, you know, selling the last piece of profit for the short down here while grabbing another $12 long call that expires 2028. Other than that, I'm just really surprised this is up here too. I really wanted to hold this 1150. So very interesting move as well. But you have to remember, guys, if you haven't been watching Ford over the last couple of weeks, let me switch out to the daily here. It's going to look a little goofy for a minute. Let me fix that up. So you're going to have to excuse all these blue lines. Okay. All these blue lines signify days. I really got to clean up my charts. Days, and these thick blue lines signify weeks. Okay. So those are weeks, whereas these are days, these really faded ones. But every one of these blue ones are weeks and weeks. So I want to kind of zoom out for the purpose of showing you how far we have come down. Let me actually, I did that way too much. There we go. All right. That should give you a good enough picture. I really am going to clean all this up. As you can tell, folks, I've been watching Ford for a while. Anyways, recently, okay, we are all the way up here near 15, and that actually was February 26th. Which was a Thursday, February 26th. So we're looking at only 3 weeks ago. Yeah, 4 weeks ago. No more than a month ago. We were up at $14.80, almost $15. Okay, we've been shorting this whole time. Okay, I loosely say we because I know a few of you have kind of been a few of you in the group have been with me through some of that, and you know the plan, you know the situation, and so forth. Now I've been shorting since 1480, which was a gap up after earnings a few weeks prior to that, and then on the way down here, I started buying / some of us started buying $12 long calls. Let me span this out again. Once we got down here around $12, and this is the daily chart, so this is daily price action, guys. Once we got to this $12, we started purchasing $12 leap calls, expiring January or beyond in 2028. Giving us more than enough time to manage this position. Okay. In the interim, still shorting on the way down, just incrementally buying along the way. Again, like every quarter, buying another tier of a $12 call, going out as far as they can in terms of the options expirations. And that is my plan here with this trade. And I feel that we'll eventually get around here. But 11 is likely the strongest support that Ford will see. And at that point, this will be the last position for a moment where I'm likely to buy any more of the 12s. From there, I would like to see more of a move up. But there's also ways to position yourself, guys, accordingly. In the interim, I'm getting the best. It's like getting a dollar cost average if you're buying stock, but I'm doing it with options contracts. And again, having a long dated that gives me the time to not worry about theta, not worry about anything, just waiting for the market to finish its bearishness act and then take advantage of the upside move while currently taking advantage of the current move, which helps in a number of ways because I'm making profit on the way down, which helps the purchase cost of what I'm collecting on the way down. And I'm just gonna, and then once we get to a point, I will adjust my position to make it most effective bang for the buck, so to speak. And that's something I would have to go in more detail with, do that with the group members and individuals, so on and so forth, which is some of the management that we go over in terms of risk management, in being able to capitalize no matter what goes on, guys. It really doesn't matter where the stock market goes. It doesn't. There's ways to make money up, down, left, right. It's just, the only thing you don't want is no action, really, in my opinion. Like, in almost every aspect of life that you can think of, stagnation is death. So No different here. The market is just another, it's a macrocosm, it's a microcosm of the macrocosm of life, all the different variables. So, anyways, that being said, any movement that's happening is an opportunity. So long as you positioned yourself right and you have the right techniques, both in your protocols in terms of making money, your protocols in terms of risk management, education experience, everything that culminates to being effective no matter what. And it's like a martial arts competition, or if you ever, God forbid, get into a fight and have to defend yourself. Well, you're not going to just use karate. You're not going to just use jujitsu. You're not going to just, you're going to use all the tools in your, you have in your belt to be able to accomplish your mission and defend yourself, right? Well, same with the market. The more tools you have, the more you know, the more opportunity. I just see opportunities everywhere. I mean, it's like everywhere. But you don't have to go everywhere. You could be in one place, like Ford. You could be in a nice, what people would consider to not be very exciting, or it's not the flashy new name. There's so much money to be made with Ford. I just showed you how it went from 1480 a month ago to where we are now. That is substantial movement. Lots of money to be made, positioned correctly, sized correctly, so on. So all the things we can go over at toptiertradingteam.com. If you're a non-member, join us. We're there right now. We have a private Facebook group. We are working on our non-social media platform. It should be done soon, so by April we'll be in full swing. But we do offer currently the one-on-one mentorship, the study sessions, strategy sessions, just everything necessary to get you expedited and on track to be able to profit from the markets. It's not just a bunch of videos where you're left to find your own context, find the way to apply it. And we're going to be there to step by step get you through all that. Then we also have the study halls, which are group study halls every weekend, where we cover trades from the week prior and setups that we're potentially eyeing down for the week ahead, coupled with a Q&A to really add extra clarity from everything. And then we have trade alerts that are real-time swing trade alerts that go right to your phone, giving you the time to not only get the alert, but really analyze the trade and see if it's a good fit for you. If so, then also giving you the time to execute on the trade. These are swing trades that will allow you that time to do that, not scalps or day trades where they're done before you even get the alert and I'm selling into you and whatnot. Like, these will be ones that you can profit, you can set your buys and your sells and just kind of walk away to some degree with. So all right, guys, but if you do have any questions about any of these setups that we have and things that we're seeing, obviously feel free to please leave that in the chat and let me know. Let's see where we're at here. Let's go to the 5 minute. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, Ford really wants to hold, I'm not saying it will, but it really wants to hold this 1150. Tell you what, it's hard when the market is this heavy. It almost feels like Ford is a little spring loady. If it were for the market being this way, again, we've come down so far. It just feels like it's compressed and it wants to recoil back up to 12 or higher. It's 12 to 1250, somewhere in that zone. But the market being as heavy as it is, all the news and oil being as expensive and everything in the Middle East, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's gonna it's gonna have trouble. What a weird day for Palantir.
Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Hey. We chart the storm. We guard the dream. Morning bell ring. We already planned the day. One strategy session show you every hidden way. Mentation steady like elder in the shade. Teach you risk, teach you peace. How the patient trader stay. Top tier trading team. We rise. We rise from red to green. We rise. We rise. You never walk this market alone. Top tier trading team is your trading home. Live group, study hard, questions in the air. Candles on the chart glow, we break them down with care. Trading, mud guiding, sharing every move in sight. Walk you through the entries, walk you safely through the night. Top tier trading team. We rise. We rise from red to green. We rise. We rise. You never walk this market alone. Top tier trading team is your trading home. Phone start buzz, real-time signal call. Alert in your hand, so you never feel small. Private chatroom circle, voices calm and clear. Family of traders saying breathe. We right here, top tier trading team. We rise. We rise from red to green.
to the wire. Top tier trading team. We turn pressure into power. Yeah. Yeah, used to stare at the candles, pockets on flat, now I'm charting my own path. Never look back, top tier on the badge, that's a blood pact. If I learn it, then you learn it, we gon' all stack. Mentorship on the call when the sky red. Talking risk, talking size, keep your mind fed. Strategy sessions, line up to the whole plan, win, lose, still review it like a grown man. Weekly study hall, everybody dialed in, Q&A lid, every question get a bright lens. Screen share up when the bell start to scream. Now I guide you through the moves, see the play with the team. Real time phone trade alerts when it pull back. Heartbeat jump, but the plan got a full back. Top tier in the chat, never trade blind. We gon' ride through the storm, keep the faith in the grind. Top tier trading team, we ride the trend. From the pre-market buzz to the closing bells in. We don't chase, we plan and we press that sin. Either way, learn the game, then we run it again. Top tier trading team, that's family ties. From the red to the green, put respect on the sides. You ain't lost, you just early, let the old you die. Read the chart, trust the plan, keep your head to the sky. Options on the board, every strike got a story. Every loss just a tax on the route to the glory. Trading mods up, you can see how we think. From the dancers to the scale to the profit we print. Screen glowing in the dark, but the mind clear. Private chat room live, all the tribe here. Drop a chart, drop a level, then the squad build. Iron sharp, iron turned out in a raw skill. Real time phone buzz when the tape flip. You were scared of the drop, now you fade dips. Mentor in your ear, stick to what we wrote. Stops inside right, keep your soul afloat. Study hall Sunday, plot for the whole week. So the Monday move feel like it's on repeat. Top tier trading team, that's a lifeline. Turn a side hustle dream to a pipeline. Top tier trading team, we ride the trend. From the pre-market buzz to the closing bells in. We don't chase, we blend and we press that sin. Either way, learn the game, then we run it again. Top tier trading team, that's family ties. From the red to the green, put respect on the sides. You ain't lost, you just early, let the old you die. Read the chart, trust the plan, keep your head to the sky. From the first small lot to your first big win. From the blown up chase to the calm re-entry in. You ain't gotta walk the losses, all on your own. Top tier on the line when the market feel cold. Yeah. Top tier trading team, we ride the trend. From the pre-market buzz to the closing bells in. We don't chase, we blend and we press that sin. Either way, learn the game and we run it again. Top tier trading team, that's family ties. From the red to the green, put respect on the sides. Mentorship, study halls, that's how we rise. Top tier trading team, we align and we grind. Yeah. Top tier trading team, we align and we grind. Top tier trading team, we align and we grind.
All right, guys, it's 1 o'clock, so we gotta wake up. We got 2 hours left here before the market is done, not just for the day, but for the whole week. So we want to get up, get going, get our blood flowing, and be on our P's and Q's.
Young trader scrolling late at night. Charts blurry, can't get it right. Red candle, stress in your chest. You're guessing on every test. You need a crew who can walk you through, show you what to do, put some skill in you. Hey.
not very much happening still. Pretty fairly muted day relative to having the quad witching and everything going on in the Middle East, and then being so sensitive to news and everything. So we never, yeah, we were right here at the 650 where we expected a potential bounce. Just didn't get to it yet. Neither actually hitting 650 nor the bounce. Really needed to get over the 655 in order to have any kind of real legs for that bounce to be able to at least test the close from yesterday and then get up to maybe 661. So, we're going to be waiting here. We got another just under 2 hours left in the market. We'll be patient. That last hour might be a doozy because that's the last hour of all the contracts expiring. So we're going to watch at that time for that volatility. Ford just hanging out near the low of the day, just like the SPY is and everything else. So really not much to comment on, guys. So if you have any questions, absolutely leave those in the comment or get them to me and I'll get to them as soon as possible.
Well, I used to chase some candles like a dog chasing every car, clicking every shiny ticker, but my account never got too far. Then I met some heavy hitters, taught me how to make a plan. They said, pull up a chair, son, we gonna turn you to a brand new man, yeah. I'm with that top tier trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. They break it down slow, make the whole thing clean, yeah. I roll with the top tier trading team. Got them one-on-one straight sessions, lay it out line by line. Personal mentorship, brother, tune that temper, sharpen that mind. Weekly group study halls, cue with talk and charts. Ask your fear, ask your question, they fix that doubt before it starts. I'm with that top tier trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. They break it down slow, make the whole thing clean, yeah. I roll with the top tier trading team. Hey! They got that trading mod screen siren, guide you right through the trade. Step by step, real-time alerts when the moves start flaring. You ain't stuck in the shade. Private chat room buzzing, whole crew watching the same way. Ain't no lone wolf gambling. We trade smart, we trade brave, oh yeah. Hey, I'm with that top tier trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. They break it down slow, make the whole thing clean, yeah. I roll with the top tier trading team. Top tier trading team.
Top tier trade team.
Yeah, we riding.
Charts on lean, but the game stay clean. From the open bell to that after hour scene.
Let's go.
Early in the morning, coffee on my desk. Candles on the screen, looking blessed, no stress. Minute 6 sessions got me dialed in tight. Coach breaking down the play like a goal line fight. Strategy talk, line up every level. Risk locked down, we ain't dancing with the devil. Turn the red day small, keep the green stack tall. We study every move, every rise, every fall.
Top 10 trading team. Yeah, we riding clean. Turn a little into more. Flip a loss to a dream. Weekly grind, we don't sleep on the scene. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier, riding clean. Top 10 trading team. Yeah, we riding clean. Game plan tight. Whole squad on beam. From the bell to the close, you can roll with the team. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier, riding clean.
Weekly group study, whole crew tapped in. Charts on the wall, we just talk Chatroom trends. Q&A popping, every question get fed. Turn, I don't know to watch this bread. Trading mods, watching, keep my head in the lane. Calling out zones, keep me out of the pain. Screen share live, see the move in the wild. Click, still locked, little smirk, slight smile.
Top 10 trading team. Yeah, we riding clean. Turn a little into more. Flip a loss to a dream. Weekly grind, we don't sleep on the scene. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier, riding clean. Top 10 trading team. Yeah, we riding clean. Game plan tight. Whole squad on beam. From the bell to the bell, you can roll with the team. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier, riding clean.
Phone buzz once, that's a real-time ring. Trade alert hit, let the whole line sing. In the group chat, everybody locked in. One call, whole squad. Squad start to win. Private room talk, that's a family vibe. Wins and the lessons, we share that live. You can ride solo, but it's rough like that. Or roll top tier, put your name on the map.
Top 10 trading team. Yeah, we riding clean. Turn a little into more. Flip a loss to a dream. Weekly grind, we don't sleep on the scene. We just stack, stack, stack. Top 10 riding clean. Top 10 trading team. Yeah, we riding clean. Game plan tight. Whole squad on beam. From the bell to the close, you can roll with the team. We just stack, stack, stack. Top 10 riding clean. Top 10.
Yeah.
Clock in, shots up, we don't guess, we plan. Got the watch list ready, yeah, we follow the plan. From the pre-market coffee to the closing bell. Top tier trading team, we ring that bell. Mentorship on the call, Early morning, charts are glowing, candles dancing, trend is showing. Tap the link, yeah. Crew online, top tier trading team, right on time. Sturdy talk in a laid back tone. Study halls running on my phone. From Tokyo open to New York close. They ride the wave and they watch it slow. Top tier trading team, skanking the green. Mentorship keeping my head so clean. Strategy sessions, sharpen my aim. Weekly group study keep me in the game. QA sessions when I can't see straight. Trading mods guide me through the gates. Screen share, walk me trade by trade. Top tier trading team, best moves ever made. Little red candle, I start to doubt. Then a phone alert, singing in or out. Private chat room, busy but calm. Somebody drop a chart, I feel that bomb. Real time call when the market spin. Wait, don't jump in. Sideways day, they still stay cool. Teach me patience like a golden rule. Top tier trading team, vibe so tight. Real time phone trade alerts in the light. Private trader group where the fam all link. Chat room flowing quicker than I think. Oh yeah, mentorship, they steady my hand. Strategy building like a rock steady band. Screen share the guy when the charts get mean. Top tier trading team, living that green. From the first small
All right, guys. So it looks like we're finally getting a decision here in the market. Finally got the break of that 650. We didn't get a bounce though. Very surprising. I thought we would attempt to get a bounce here, so we're going to keep an eye on that. And so some of our other positions, I mean, we did expect to go lower long term. We just thought there'd be a bounce here, but no big deal. We're running through our trades here with Ford beautifully. We're expecting to take profit as we get down in these areas here on the short that we took from this area up there. Okay. And meanwhile, we're collecting long, $12 long leap calls along the way. Let's see what our other kind of short swings are doing. No entry today on Amazon whatsoever. Let's see, that's oil. No entry on Netflix either. Whoops. Let's move that back. Shan't we? There we go. So yeah, no, nothing on Netflix. We never got into our buy zone for the puts. Though this would have been a nice little spot right there. Palantir pulling back as well. I'm gonna go test the. Looks like it wants to test the low of the day, or this prior setup that we had earlier today. So we'll see what happens. It looks like everything's pulling back heavily. We'll see what the volume is like on the move down and up here. You know, it's going to attempt to retake this. We'll see what the volume is like. We're just waiting, folks. Waiting to see if the market overtakes or retakes, excuse me, the 650 that it just dropped from. We're watching the price action and the volume. You know, we've said it before, we'll say it again. You know, same to the upside. Nothing is more bearish than a failed breakdown, and nothing is more bullish than a failed. Oh, I'm sorry, nothing's more bullish than a failed breakdown. Nothing's more bearish than a failed attempt to move up and gap up. So, like, if we get this move down and it fails, for instance, if we recover and the volume is at least the same, if not higher than the volume of the candle that brought us down, well, maybe we have an attempt to recover, an actual chance to recover this area and head right back up. Remember, it's quad witching, and as we get closer to the end of the day here, the volatility is going to eventually pick up. Again, I've been surprised all day at the lack of volatility, to be 100% honest. So, we'll probably get some of it here towards the end.
since the open, chasing freedom, not a roll call. Charts carved in my notebook, plans drawn line by line. Learn to tame that panic, turn that pressure into a sign. I was staring at the screen like it owned me, red numbers cutting straight to the bone. Then I found my crew in the glow, yeah. Now I never trade alone. Top tier trading team, we ride that price like a thunder dream. From a whisper wick to a breakout scream. Top tier trading team, hey, diving deep with a battle scheme. Yeah, we live that trader theme. You're the one dot trading sessions, whisper game. Personal mentorship in the trenches, teach you when to step, when to stand by. Go weekly group study halls blazing, QA sessions run long. We break down every lesson till your weakest play feels strong. Top tier trading team, we ride that price like a thunder dream. From a whisper wick to a breakout scream. Top tier trading team, oh yeah, diving deep with a battle scheme. Yeah, we live that trader theme. Shooting my live screen siren, counting through the rush in real time. Let your real-time trade alerts ringing like a war drum marking the climb. Private trader chat room humming, voices in the dark of the night. You come scared of every candle, leave here ready for the fight. Top tier trading team, we ride that price like a thunder dream. From a whisper wick to a breakout scream. Top tier trading team, hey, diving deep with a battle scheme. Yeah, we live that trade. Top tier trading team. From that first small win to the big time gleam. Top tier trading team. Whoa, stacking skill on skill, living under trader tree.
Early bell, coffee cup, same chart, but we level up. Got a crew on a higher plane, reading every candle, every wave by name. Side by side on the screen, we learn, turning every lesson into calm return. Top tier trading team,
chart the storm. We got the dream. Morning bell ring. We already planned the day. 1-1 strategy session. Show you every hidden way. Mentorship steady, like elder in the shade. Teach you risk, teach you peace, how the patient trader stay. Top tier trading team. We rise from red to green. We wise, you never walk this market alone. Top tier trading team is your trading home. Live group study hall, questions in the air. Candles on the chart glow, we break them down with care. Trading mod guidance, sharing every move and sight. Walk you through the entries, walk you safely through the night. Top tier trading team. We rise from red to green. We wise, you never walk this market alone. Top tier trading team is your trading home. Phone start buzz, real-time signal call. Alert in your hand, so you never feel small. Private chat room circle, voices calm and clear. Family of traders saying breathe, be right here. Top tier trading team. We rise from red to green. We wise, you never walk this market alone. Top tier trading team is your trading home. Top tier trading team. Walk slow, think clean. Top tier trading team. Go! Turn the chart into a dream.
charts glow, coffee steam. You don't have to trade alone. We're building out your dream. Top tier trading team. Pull up a chair, lean in. We walk you through the wild waves. Let the real work begin. Come away with me to the watchless glow. We'll map your moves, learn the ebb and flow. Mentorship and strategy, side by side. You'll see top tier trading team where you're meant to be. Come away with me into your own mastery. Weekly study halls, pens tapped. We rewind every win and every drawdown. Sharpens heart and mind. Q&A sessions, laugh soft, ask it all we say. From contracts to conviction, we untangle every day. Come away with me, let the noise fall back. We'll plan your plays, keep you on your track. Group study and strategy, turn fear into clarity. Top tier trading team, writing your new story. Come away with me into your own mastery. Screen share, shine and see this candle, see this line. Real-time phone alerts ring like bells right on time. Private chat room humming, you're never out of reach. Trading mods beside you till the lessons really sink deep. Come away with me through the open sky. We'll frame each risk, let your courage fly. Mentorship and strategy, heart-led accountability. Top tier trading team where your future breathes. Come away with me into your own mastery.
All right, folks. It is Power Hour, and it is not only Power Hour for today, but it is Power Hour for the week and for quadruple witching at that. So I'm going to be very interested to see this last hour what happens. So the market did not hold at 650 yet. Still has a chance to regain it. We're only at 648.37 now. It's only got down to 638 and just $2 under that 650. But if it doesn't regain it here into the close, and especially if we also don't get any good news over the weekend in terms of the world macro stage, then we're going to continue to look for more downside. Okay, and the areas that we're looking at for support moving forward, these are very minor levels, but there is a high of the day from back in August 15th. That's at 645. Then we do have about 640, but 639.75 technically, which was July 31st high of the day. And then way down here, we have 635, and then, which is a heavy support line, which is why I've got it much thicker. You see, these are minor, so they're much thinner, but this thick one is where I really expect it to happen. If not there, then let me zoom this a little bit better like this. Then we have 620 and then 612. Okay, so those are the areas we are looking at in terms of the overall market. And let's go back here. So we'll see what the next, the last hour here brings for us. Forward, we'd be looking at these guys, which we already had mapped out here for us. In which case, we're just going to take profit on shorts all the way down to 11. Okay, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But it really wants to hold this 1150 forward. So if we do get a recovery in the SPY, you could see forward really kind of bounce for us here, I think. Amazon's not yet nowhere near our entry zone for our trade plan, so that's a no-go. Same with Netflix today. And the Palantir, that trade is over, already had its chance. And then looks like we're right around this 850 here, so I suspect that Bitcoin is probably between 69 and 70. Yep, and there we are, 69.8. So right in the middle, upper half, but still in that zone as usual. What we're likely going to see is the next hour, VWAP's going to keep coming down. Price action is going to be in here. And then after the market closes, it'll probably pop from there. It tends to have that kind of tendency. All right, so that's what we're looking at and keeping an eye on the last hour here, guys. Very interested to see what we get going here.
Top 10 trading team. Shots on lean, but the game stay clean. From the open bill to the after hour scene. Let's go. Early in the morning, coffee on my desk. Candles on the screen, looking blessed, no stress. Mentorship sessions got me dialed in tight. Coach breaking down a play like a goal line fight. Strategy talk, line up every level. Wrist locked down. We ain't dancing with the devil. Turn a red day small. Keep the green stack tall. We study every move, every rise, every fall. Top tier trading team. Yeah, we riding clean. Turn a little into more. Flip a loss to a dream. Weekly grind. We don't sleep on the scene. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier riding clean. Trader trading team. Yeah, we riding clean. Game plan tight. Whole squad on beam. From the bell to the close, you can roll with the team. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier riding clean. Weekly group study, whole crew tapped in. Charts on the wall, we just talk through trends. Q&A popping, every question get fed. Turn, I don't know, to watch this bread. Trading mods, watching, keep my head in the lane. Calling out zones, keep me out of the pain. Screen share live, see the move in the wild. Click, feel, lock, little smirk, slice, smile. Top tier trading team, yeah, we riding clean. Turn a little into more, flip a loss to a dream. Weekly grind, we don't sleep on the scene. We just stack, 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 stack. Top tier riding clean. Top tier trading team, yeah, we riding clean. Game plan tight, whole top tier. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. We don't guess. We got a game plan. From the bell in the morning to the after hours jam. Hey! Step in the room, charts on the ceiling, candles on the wall, everybody dealing. Minute shit starter, we cook that recipe, break it down live, turn theory to equity. Weekly group hall, study till it clicks. Q&A sessions, bag of trading tricks, teaching that risk so the bag stay clean. From the scalpers and the swing kings, all on one team. Top tier trading team. We don't chase, we scheme. Got the plan, got the plays. Turn the red to green. Top tier trading team. Walk you through the dream from the watch list page to the closing screen. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Trading mods live, you can feel that vibe. Run the Y in the wind so the fam all thrive. Screen share rolling, got in every move. Real time walk through, help you find your groove. Phone trade alert, yeah, the line stay hot. When we see that set up, you can take your shot. Private group chat, talk shop all day. Drop trust, drop game, help the whole group play. Come on. Top tier trading team. We don't chase, we scheme. Got the plan, got the plays. Turn the red to green. Top tier trading team. Walk you through the dream from the watch list page to the closing screen. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Mentors in the lab, cook it up. That sauce. Study hall nights, turn the L to a boss. Phone line buzzing, chat room light. Whole squad locked in on the same insight. Yeah! Top tier trading team. We don't chase, we scheme. Got the plan, got the plays. Turn the red to green. Top tier trading team. Walk you through the dream from the watch list page to the closing screen. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team.
Yeah. Top tier trading team. Yeah. We clocking pre-market. From the watch list. To the closing bell. Let's go. We were students of the chart, now we teach from the heart. Turn confusion to a craft, like the dark on your graph. Mentorship, strategy, Zoom room, faculty, clean risk, clear plan, trade stacks, tactically, weekly, study halls, numbers on the wall, mark zones, mark time, mark where you might fall. Q&A sessions, every scar's a lesson. We protect capital, that's our first confession. Trading Mars lined up like tools in a kit. You bring fear, we bring framework, help you commit. Screen share running, candle by candle, walk you through the play till you ready to handle. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line, turn panic into patience, every inch you refine. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah. Trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust, turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. Yeah, phone buzz once, that's a real-time alert. We don't text hype, only plans that work. Right price, right zone, right risk on the phone. If the math ain't math, then we leave it alone. Private chat room lit, but the talk stay clean. No lotto dreams, just a disciplined team. From the small account flip to the funds you got. We map roadways out of every backyard. Group call Sunday, set the whole week's tone. What we like, what we skip, where we tighten the zone. You came in solo, eyes wide, full doubt. Now you call plays, calm voice, lights out. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, we trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust, turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. Yeah. From mentorship touches to live screen scenes. From study hard nights to the daylight green. From the first small win to your first big streak. We right there, same call, same chart, same week, yeah. Top tier trading team. Say the name, that's facts. If you bring the work in, we bring you the tracks. From the open to the close, we gon' move precise. Top tier trading team, we don't gamble, we slice, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we got 45 minutes till the markets are closed. 45 minutes.
Yeah. We clocking pre-market. From the watch list to the closing bell. Let's go. We were students of the chart, now we teach from the heart. Turn confusion to a craft, like the dark on your graph. Minute shit, strategy, zoom room, faculty, clean risk, clear plan, trade stacks tactically, weekly, study halls, numbers on the wall, mark zones, mark time, mark where you might fall. Q&A sessions, every scar is a lesson.
Yeah, we clocking pre-market. From the watch list to the closing bell.
Let's go.
We were students of the chart, now we teach from the heart. Turn confusion to a craft, like the dark on your graph. Mentorship, strategy, zoom room, faculty, clean risk, clear plan, trade stacks tactically. Weekly study halls, numbers on the wall, mark zones, mark time, mark where you might fall. Q&A sessions, every scar is a lesson. We protect capital, that's our first confession. Trading minds lined up like tools in a kit. You bring fear, we bring framework, help you commit. Screen share running, candle by candle, walk you through the play till you ready to handle. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refine. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, we trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Turn FOMO into focus, greed in the dust. We don't chase, we choose, let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. Phone buzz once, That's a real-time alert. We on text hype. Only plans that work. Right price, right zone, right risk on the phone. If the math ain't math, then we leave it alone. Private chat room lit, but the talk stay clean. No lotto dreams, just a disciplined team. From the small account flip to the funds you guard. We map roadways out of every backyard. Group call Sunday, set the whole week's tone. What we like, what we skip, where we tighten the zone. You came in solo, eyes wide, full doubt. Now you call plays, calm voice, lights out. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, we trading our prime. Oh yeah, top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust. Turn FOMO into focus, greed into dust. We don't chase, we choose, let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. From mentorship touches to live screen scenes. From study hall nights to the daylight green. From the first small win to your first big streak. We right there, same call, same chart, same week. Top tier trading team, say the name, that's facts. If you bring the work in, we bring you the tracks. From the open to the close, we gon' move precise. Top tier trading team, we don't gamble, we slice. Hey. Yeah, we clocking pre-market. From the watch list to the closing bell.
Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, we persistent, top tier trading team in the building, got the charts all glowing, we winning, mentorship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand, strategy sessions locking in tight, from that opening bell to the late night light, we can study halls, we dial in deep, marking zones while the world's asleep, ask your questions, get that game, we all rise up in the same lane, hey, top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real-time phone alerts when the setup spring. Private chatting where the real ones sing. Hey, top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into late. Oh yeah! Trading lives, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a note, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real-time phone alerts when the setups ring. Private chatting where the real ones sing. Oh yeah, top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into play. Hey.
tier. Top tier. Top tier.
Top tier trading team, watch us run that green machine. Clocking charts like a 9 to 5. We don't guess, we strategize. Got that one-on-one, line by line. Personal gain for your bottom line. Making shit move like check and mate. We map that plan, then we demonstrate. Strategy session, tighten up your aim. Every single ticker got a winning frame.
T-O-P-T-E-R. Top tier trading team. We raise that bar from the bell to the close. Yeah, we lead that scene. Top tier trading team. Trade sharp, trade clean.
Weekly calls, bring your pad, your brain. Study and QA, sharpen up your game. Talk through plays, what, why, when. Run it right now, then we run it again. Trading mods posted, watch that flow. Rules on lock when it's time to go. Patterns, plans, plays in sight. We keep that focus tight all night.
T-O-P-T-E-R. Top tier trading team. We raise that bar from the bell to the close. Yeah, we lead that scene. Top tier trading team. Trade sharp, trade clean. T-O-P-T-E-R. Top tier trading team. We raise that bar from the bell to the close. Yeah, we lead that scene. Top tier trading team.
Trade sharp, trade clear. Screen share on, we inside the move. Real time rise, let the entries groove. Phone trade alerts when the setup hits. You see that text, we already in the mix. Private chat room, squad on call. Drop that chart, we dissect it all. Winners in sync, everybody locked in. Top tier fam, that's how we win.
T-O-P-T-E-R. Top tier trading team. We raise that bar from the bell to the close. Yeah, we lead that scene. Top tier trading team. Trade sharp, trade clean. T-O-P-T-E-R. Top tier trading team. We raise that bar from the bell to the close. Yeah, we lead that scene. Top tier trading team. Trade sharp, trade clean.
Top tier. Trade team mean. Top tier trading team. Turn that watches to a winning machine. Wake up, charts on my phone, candles dancing, futures glow. Got my crew, yeah, we never trade alone. Top tier trading team in the zone, oh yeah. Mentorship on a Monday night, strategy same sessions till the levels feel right. Weekly study halls, we tighten up the plan, so body open and bell, we already understand. We the top tier trading team, turn that watch list to a dream. From the pre-market plans to the profit in your hands, you ain't gotta guess a thing. We break it down behind the scenes, ride the wave with the squad on your screen. Q&A talks, pour the game like wine. Every small question answered in time. Trading mods, watching every little move. Sprint trade left, let the entries groove. Hey, real time buzz when the plays line up. Phone trade alerts when it's time to jump. Private group chat, we call it off floor. Every who's in gets a say no more. We the top tier trading team, turn that watch list to a dream. From the pre-market plans to the profit in your hands, you ain't gotta guess a thing. We break it down behind the scenes, ride the wave with the squad on your screen. Top tier trading team. From red days, heartbreak, top tier trading team. That's the name, that's the dream. Top tier trading team. Lock in, watch the screen. Coffee on the desk, screens glow green. Candles on the chart, draw a storyline. We don't chase hype, we define a plan. Wrist tight, mind right, steady hand. Mentorship and strategy sessions. Turn late night questions into lessons. From pre-market prep to the closing bell. We break it down slow so the play sell. Top tier trading team, yeah. We move and sing, hey. From the first bell ring to the last tick bling. We can study hard, write it all in ink. We learn and earn, then rinse that thing. Top tier trading day. Turn the noise down low, group Q&A when you need to know. When the doubt runs high and the funds run low. We trade this road and we don't let go. Watch list ready, mods on deck. Screen share live, eyes on every check. Guide through the trade in a real-time flow. In here, out there, we say when to go. Phone buzz twice, that's a trade alert. You're walking your dog, checking your work. Real-time calls in the palm of your hand, so you're not alone when you take that stand. Top tier trading team, yeah. We move and sing, oh yeah. From the first bell ring to the last tick bling. We can study hard, write it all in ink. We learn then earn, then rinse that thing. Top tier trading team. Turn the noise down low, group Q&A when you need to know. When the doubt runs high and the funds run low. We trade this road and we don't let go. Private chat room, low-key hum. Ticker scroll by, fingers drum. Wins get posted, losses too. We track the truth, that's how we grew. Options, stocks, swings and scalps. One voice stuck, the whole crew helps. Every new high started down deep. In those late night plans we keep. Top tier chat room, yeah. We move and sing. From the first bell ring to the last tick bling. Weekly study hard, write it all in ink. We learn then earn, then rinse that thing. Top 10, 10, 10. That's the tribe, that's us. Mentors my heart, alerts you trust. From the first small win to the big green dream. You're top tier now. You're part of the team. Well, 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 top tier trading team. Now, come on, y'all. Come on, girl. Oh. They used to gamble on a chart.
All right, guys, we're into just about the last 15 minutes of the day / week here. This is where I really anticipate a lot of the volatility to kind of kick in, just because again, you got quad witching, and you're going to have just tons of shares being bought and sold back and forth to stabilize price here. So really curious to see where things kind of end up into the week with all the different catalysts and variables that are kind of coming to fruition, and some ending like this quadruple witching. Geez, never got anything on Amazon today. Just did not get our entry. Same with Netflix. Ford was really the only thing that kind of worked for us here today. Oh wow, got a little pop in gas or oil prices there, and pulling back on Mara, but we're still good in that zone here on Bitcoin. So we'll see what happens there. But keeping an eye on the overall market, see if we get a little bounce into the close. That brings us right into about the 650 zone again. We'll see. Maybe that's where we end up closing in the last 15 minutes. We get a spike into that level and right around that VWAP zone. Probably the same with 1150 here on Ford. And then we'll see what happens over the weekend. We're just going to keep an eye out for headline news and anything that comes out about oil, the Middle East, so on and so forth. It looks like that's how we're going to go into the close here, most likely. But I'm interested. I'm going to definitely watch the potential volatility here. Really battling here back and forth on these levels into the close. Pretty interesting to watch this into the close. Got 10 minutes left, guys. Quite the back and forth in the close. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes to the market closes for the week. right, just like we thought, guys, gonna get a little bounce into the close here. Probably taking us right into VWAP, which aligns right into that 650. And we're gonna see what happens on Monday. I mean, that's all we're gonna do. Gotta wait for news over the weekend. Keep an ear out for anything related to Middle East, oil, Fed interest rates, jobs numbers. I mean, you name it, just anything that is a variable, and kind of we could get an idea and plan and prepare. Now, Sunday, we have our study hall at 3 p.m. We'll cover many of these trades, both from the week prior and then what we're also potentially looking at moving forward, depending on what, if anything, has come out news-wise since what will be the close here. But other than that, we didn't get any entry here on Amazon, just never got into our entry zone. Ford, we've just been riding this short on down. Great job riding this short here, guys. It really has been perfect throughout the day here. I'm going to zoom in to see a little better. We're right into that profit zone, as you can see. Now, we've been shorting, this whole way, really. It's been great. We've been shorting almost every bounce here on the way down from 1480. So awesome on that short here today. Netflix never gave us our entry, so with no trade there today. Palantir, if you were quick and nimble, you had an opportunity here on the bounce back. We retook this stop, held support, and you had a nice little move on up to here where we said expect for some resistance, right? Get out of your position. Look what happened. The long stop plus a short entry. If you entered the short here, well, you got paid even better on the second. Doggone it. You got paid even better on the second move there than if you took the move on up. Look how, not by much, but a good extra little level of profit there. So great job, a perfect channel trading opportunity here, with the Palantir. So I hope some of you took that. Tomorrow, we're going to see what happens over the weekend with Bitcoin. My suspicion, is just like it does all the time, tends to run up a little bit after the market closes and into the weekend. VWAP's pulling, coming down to this area here. We might still get another pullback and then an attempt up, as VWAP likely needs to get to this 70K. All right, guys. So that is basically all I'm really seeing here right now. We've got not quite 2 minutes left in the market before we're closed for the week. An interesting end to things, particularly with the triple witching. So, guys, have a great weekend. Spend some time with your family, your friends, your loved ones. Most importantly, yourself. Get some rest. Come back Monday. Let's be prepared, ready to go. Sunday, 3 p.m. Central, YouTube channel. Be there for the study hall. We're going to go over all the trade plans, what we're looking at. And guys, I look forward to working with you and helping you make some money here in the markets. All right, have a great night.
Green Day grin with a country draw. Blues in my past, now I'm watching it fall. Rocking my spine, reggae swaying my seat. Top tier trading team, bringing that heat. Hey! Top tier trading team. We ride that way. From the red to the green, from the clear to gray. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high bottom, let the profit stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Calls on a runner, puts for the slide. Cover my downside, let the upside glide. Stop, set, snug, so the loss stays small. Win big, lose small, that's the name of the call. Pivot out support, let the losers go. Let the winners walk, let the compound go. From the laptop glow to the back porch swing, we're sing about spreads like a porch front hymn. Oh yeah, top tier trading team. tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profits stream. Every bell, every ball, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Who you call when the candles shade? Top tier. Who you roll with when the floor might break? Top tier. When the line pulls back but your hands stay clean, sing it out loud, yeah, you know that team. We got rock in the heart, reggae in the soul, country grit driving every goal. Blues in the past, now we break that chain. Top tier trading team in the fast lane. Hey!